Hey guys, tonight we travel so far back in time, the entire world looks and smells like another planet. The trees are weirder, the air is heavier, and your neighbors? Yeah, they might not even be fully human yet. You open your eyes on a dusky plain, the sky, a dusty ochre smudge streaked with soft lavender. There's no city skyline, no flicker of airplane lights, no hum of distant engines, just wind. Wind, and the rasp of insects that have had the place to themselves for a few 100 million years. The grass under your feet is not like your front lawn. It's wild sharp, and sometimes taller than your head. Some of it hums when the wind moves through it, just right. You take your first step, barefoot into the earth of 300,000 years ago, and immediately regret it. Something squishy, something steaming, and something that definitely just hissed at you. Good news, it didn't bite. Yet. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, post your location and what time you're listening to this. I love seeing how far these stories reach. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You start to walk across the plains, and it becomes instantly clear you are not at the top of the food chain here. The sun hangs low, a bit redder than you're used to, filtered through a thicker atmosphere that carries a strange mix of scents, fresh mud pollen, and something musky and wild. You can almost taste it. The earth under your feet vibrates now and then, not from tectonic action, but from distant massive footsteps. Somewhere beyond the tree line, something the size of a double-decker bus snorts. You freeze. A breeze shifts direction and brings the tang of its sweat to your nose. That's new. 300,000 years ago, Earth's ecosystems are bustling and dangerous. There's no agriculture, no towns, no fences. Just you and a whole lot of things that might not mind turning you into lunch. Or at least a confused curiosity. A flock of massive birds scuttles past sort of like turkeys if turkeys were 5 feet tall, armed with dagger beaks and completely unbothered by your presence. One pauses to look at you. You do not make eye contact. As you keep walking, your eyes adjust to the different light levels. The sun takes its time setting. There's more atmospheric dust, more moisture. The sky becomes a deep burning orange before slipping into indigo. The stars pop out different patterns than you're used to, thanks to slight shifts in Earth's rotation over millennia. The North Star isn't the North Star yet. Historians still argue whether ancient humans tracked the stars for navigation at this point or simply admired them without attaching meaning. Either way, you're mesmerized. You're overhead, something with leathery wings glides by. It's not a bat. It's too big. You duck instinctively. It doesn't care about you. Your first night in this ancient world begins. There are no cities, no flickering screens, no comfort of indoor light. But the world is far from silent. Frogs scream, insects click. Something a monkey howls from a distant cliff. The wind moans through a dead tree like a ghost with a grudge. Here's the thing. The planet you've landed on isn't just Earth before civilization. It's Earth in a different costume entirely. Back then, we were between ice ages. Forests sprawled into unexpected places. Deserts weren't where you think they are now. The Sahara. Sometimes it looked more like the Amazon. And the Amazon? Well, it wasn't quite what you're picturing either. One of the strangest things. The people you might bump into, if you're lucky, don't look exactly like you. They're close, but not quite. Their eyes glint a little differently in the firelight. Their brows are heavier, and their tools cruder, yes, but functional enough to skin an animal or break your kneecap. Still, they're not monsters. In fact, one of them may be a teenage girl with nimble fingers and a face covered in mud and soot, might just offer you a piece of roasted root vegetable. You hesitate. She shrugs. You eat it. It's terrible, but it's warm. The wind shifts again, and you catch a familiar scent smoke. Fire burning nearby. It's the single most revolutionary thing on the planet right now, and someone, maybe that same soot-faced girl, has figured out how to control it. Barely. But it's changing everything. In the distance, another fire flickers, and another. Tiny dots of light across a dark and dangerous world, each flame surrounded by people trying desperately not to be eaten or outwitted. Fringe theory time. Some anthropologists argue that early hominins may have domesticated fire by watching it burn naturally after lightning strikes and then preserving the embers in bundles of moss. Others say, no way fire was probably an accidental invention during tool making. Either way, you're grateful for it. Because without it, you're toast. Possibly, literally. You curl up near the fire heartbeat, finally slowing. The ground is rough full of prickles, and occasional insects crawling into your clothing or your ear if you're unlucky. Your blanket, animal skin, slightly damp, smells like old socks. But there's a certain peace here. You watch the stars wheel overhead. You listen to the creatures of the dark announcing their presence, daring each other to come closer. The fire crackles softly. Your eyelids grow heavy. The earth may be unfamiliar, untamed, and frankly trying to kill you every 5 minutes. But there's something oddly comforting in how honest it all is. No ads, no deadlines, just you, the planet, and the gentle question of whether you'll survive until breakfast. You wake with a twitch, still wrapped in that damp, funky-smelling hide, and for a few glorious seconds, you forget where or when you are. Then a sharp, unfamiliar bird cry jerks you fully awake. Right. 300,000 years ago. Pre-everything. Your bed is a patch of lumpy ground, and the nearest coffee shop is about 3 ice ages away. You stretch sore in places you didn't even know existed and scan the horizon. The land yawns out before you in every direction, vast, raw, and still forming. No roads, no fences. Just rivers carving their way across plains like lazy snakes and forests that spread in tangled, endless webs. The Earth's face is different here. The continents are technically where you know them today, but coastlines have swaggered inland or retreated. Mountains are younger. Valleys haven't quite finished becoming valleys. You're walking on a version of Earth that's still in rehearsal. You stand at the edge of what will someday be Europe, but today, it's a patchwork of woodlands, grasslands, and deep, muddy wetlands. There's a vast lake to the east, one of many now long gone, sparkling in the sun, teeming with fish the size of your leg. And over the horizon, a glacier creeping southward at the pace of an anxious snail scraping away soil and leaving behind a trail of destruction that future geologists will obsess over. Geologists today refer to this period as the Middle Pleistocene, and Earth is a dramatic diva, during this time swinging between warm, interglacial periods and frigid glacial ones. Where you're standing could be lush and green this century, and buried under a mile of ice the next. Historians still argue whether these cycles were predictable enough for early humans to anticipate and migrate ahead of them, or if they simply rolled with the punches and sometimes got squashed by them. You make your way down a slope covered in low shrubs and ferns. The terrain feels alive, not just in the poetic sense. You literally hear things shifting beneath your feet. A small rodent the size of a football zips past your toes. You jump. It doesn't care. In fact, it gives you a look. Welcome to its turf. The continents haven't changed position dramatically in 300,000 years, but sea levels certainly have. The map you hold in your head is all wrong. That strip of dry land connecting Asia and North America, totally there. The Mediterranean Sea, smaller, patchier, and shallower than you're used to. And the British Isles. Sorry, they're not islands yet. They're still firmly glued to the mainland. You slosh through a stream, startling a few chunky fish that resemble something between a trout and a nightmare. They vanish in a flash of silver. You look down and realize you've picked up several leeches. Great. Nature's free hugs. You peel them off one by one, resisting the urge to scream. It's not just the geography that's unrecognizable, it's the whole vibe. Without human engineering, Earth feels less like a series of places and more like one continuous heaving organism. The trees don't grow in neat rows. Rivers don't follow your GPS app. Every direction looks both inviting and ominous. There are no paths because nothing's been beaten into habit yet. You forge your own. Far ahead, a flat-topped ridge catches your eye. It might be volcanic. It might also be home to a dozen creatures you haven't met yet. Naturally, you head straight for it. Curiosity may not kill you, but it might give you a weird rash. On your way up the ridge, you pass through zones of flora that shift like pages in a book. One moment, it's dry scrubland. The next, you're brushing past wet, sticky vines and trees dripping with sap. A fringe theory suggests that in certain regions, the rapid shifts in vegetation weren't just seasonal, but could flip within a decade based on microclimate changes, meaning the lush jungle you're walking through now might be an open savanna next week. Reaching the top, you're rewarded with a sweeping view and a reality check. This world is not landscaped for ease of travel. Great valleys stretch like cracks in a dry crust. Rivers spill into vast inland lakes that will one day dry up and become salt flats. Distant cliffs shine white in the sun layers of fossilized life stacked like forgotten books. You're lucky it's a warm period right now. If this were a glacial stretch, you'd be buried in snow with nothing but frozen berries and regret. But at this moment, the earth is showing off her fertile side. The ground is speckled with flowering plants, some of which are definitely poisonous, so don't get snacky. And bugs are thriving in numbers you didn't mentally prepare for. You pass what looks like a swamp. It smells ripe, like compost, and swamp gas had a sweaty baby. Bubbles burp up from the muck, and somewhere under the surface, a massive amphibian lets out a sound like a garbage disposal choking on gravel. You walk faster. What's strange is how this all feels familiar and alien at once. The trees have bark. The clouds have shapes. The birds sing. But the scale is different, bigger, wilder. Everything is turned up a few notches, like Earth is running on survival mode settings. You begin to realize humans were never meant to conquer this place. We just got lucky. The afternoon wears on, and shadows grow long. You find a cluster of natural stone pillars, possibly an old lava flow, long since worn down by time. It offers shelter and possibly a home to something else. You hesitate, but eventually step inside. Just in time, too. The wind shifts again. You turn to look out over the land. The sun is dipping low, casting golden rays across an ancient world that's both hauntingly beautiful and absolutely unforgiving. The earth isn't just old, it's alive, moody, and utterly indifferent to your comfort. And yet here you are, upright breathing and still curious. That's got to count for something. You wake up shivering. The sky is perfectly clear, not a cloud in sight, but the air bites like it has teeth. The sun is barely peeking over the horizon, and you can already feel how quickly this ancient world flips the temperature dial. You were sweating yesterday. Today your breath fogs in front of you like a tiny ghost. Welcome to 300,000-year-old climate roulette. The wind whistles through the crags of your stone shelter, carrying with it a chorus of smells: damp moss, wet ash, something floral, but vaguely rotten, and underneath it, all the rich scent of soil, so ancient it practically hums. You wrap the animal skin tighter around your shoulders, not that it helps much. Fun fact, early humans didn't have jackets with zippers. And yes, you miss zippers more than you ever thought possible. You step outside into a world lit in soft gold and pale blue. Everything is still, suspiciously still. Not a single bird call, not a rustle in the grass, just your footsteps crunching on frost-tipped leaves. This part of the planet is in a so-called interglacial period, warm compared to the icy times, but that warmth doesn't stick around predictably. The climate, even during its mild moods, likes to swing. Fast. Historians still argue whether these climate swings were localized bursts or global pulses. But what's agreed on is this: you couldn't rely on next season being anything like the last. And for species that lived on the edge of survival, that made adaptation the name of the game, or extinction the final score. As you begin to descend from your stony perch, you see what the cold has done overnight. Puddles from yesterday are frozen. A fine layer of rime coats everything. Even a giant beetle, its shell shimmering like oil, is sluggish from the drop in temperature. You nudge it with a stick. It doesn't move. You nudge it again. It hisses. Fair. As you trudge further down, the landscape begins to shift once again. That's the thing about Earth. In this era, nothing stays still. You enter a low basin where the ground steams slightly warmed by geothermal activity. In the space of a mile, you've gone from frostbite to hot spring. The early humans here would have known these warm spots well and used them for survival, especially when the cold came on fast. You crouch beside a bubbling pool and watch bubbles rise lazily to the surface. Don't touch it, though. It's hot. Like burn your eyebrows, off hot. And while you're marveling at that, something strange catches your eye. The vegetation is greener here. Lusher. Almost tropical. Which makes sense. Some areas of Earth, in this era even during colder periods, could host microclimates where warmth and moisture stuck around like uninvited guests. In fact, there were periods when the Sahara Desert, believe it or not, was green. Lakes, rivers, forests, everything. That's right. The place we now associate with endless sand once hosted giraffes, hippos, and lush vegetation. Take that travel brochures. But don't get too cozy. The climate's wild side isn't done yet. You continue walking and begin to feel the air thicken, not just with humidity, but with tension. The sky, so perfectly clear this morning, is beginning to churn. Clouds gather on the horizon like a dark army. You hear distant thunder, low and slow. You sniff the air ozone. A storm is coming. And this isn't your grab an umbrella kind of storm. It's one of the intense, dramatic thunderstorms that frequent the prehistoric world. The kind where lightning slashes across the sky in 6 directions at once. The kind that can start a wildfire or bless a group of early humans with their first spark of flame. There's a fringe theory that certain regions experienced hyperstorms, localized but supercharged weather events that could release as much energy as a small volcanic eruption. You're about to test that theory firsthand. As the storm moves and animals scatter, you watch a herd of something deer-like larger than modern deer, with spiral-shaped antlers bolt for higher ground. Birds vanish. Insects go silent. Even the wind holds its breath. The first strike of lightning lights up the entire plain in stark electric white. The sound, less a crack and more an explosion. You drop to the ground instinctively, heart pounding. Your ears ring. Your teeth buzz. Then the rain. It falls sideways. It stings your skin. Within seconds, the world turns to mud. Rivers form beneath your feet, carving channels through the soft earth. You scramble to higher ground, slipping, sliding, grabbing at roots and stones. The storm doesn't care. It rages overhead like a tantrum from the sky gods. And just as suddenly as it came, it passes. The sun returns. Steam rises from every surface. You are drenched sore and vaguely insulted by the whole experience. But the world around you, rejuvenated. Everything glows. The plants look greener. The soil feels richer. Even the beetles are back in business. Nature just ran a refresh cycle, and somehow you survived it. You trudge onward, shoes squelching, and pause as you crest a ridge that overlooks a massive floodplain. Below, herds of animals graze peacefully, some familiar elephant-like shapes. Some. Not so much. Those things have horns on their shoulders. The air smells of wet grass and dung. Welcome to prehistoric perfume. You find a rock sit and take in the view. It hits you. Earth isn't one climate. It never was. Even today, we forget how many microworlds are crammed into a single planet. But back then, it was even more dramatic. A single journey could take you from glacier edge to subtropical jungle. The people who lived here didn't just go outside. They had to read the land, study the wind, memorize migration patterns and the way the grass swayed before a storm. Your survival depended on decoding the Earth's mood swings before they crushed you. And the Earth, she had moods. Oh, she had moods. You wake up this time with a start, not from cold or thunder, but because you can't breathe right. The air is thick, not smoky, not polluted, just heavy. Like someone poured soup into your lungs. You sit up coughing and realize the world smells like wet moss, damp ash, and something faintly metallic. Morning breath, but make it planetary. Welcome to the atmosphere of 300,000 years ago. Still breathable for you, barely but different enough to mess with your sinuses and ruin your day. The oxygen levels are lower than they are in your cushy modern times. Not dangerously low, but enough to leave you feeling sluggish, like you just climbed 3 flights of stairs carrying groceries and regret. Historians still argue whether fluctuating oxygen concentrations in prehistoric times affected brain development or just stamina. But one thing's certain: cardio in this era is a full-time job. You stand up, slowly, headlight lungs, working overtime. The air is also heavier, with carbon dioxide thanks to frequent volcanic activity and decomposition in massive forests that haven't been logged to oblivion yet. The smell is real earthy sour with an undercurrent of rot and blooming fungus. You might not notice it at first, but spend a few hours outside and it clings to you like guilt after a bad haircut. The atmosphere is also filled with pollen. and spores, and probably a few prehistoric microbes that haven't seen your immune system before and would love to try it on for size. You sniffle, you sneeze. Congratulations, your allergies time traveled with you. Climbing to a higher ridge, you pause to take in the haze that blankets the valley below. It's not fog, not quite. It's natural humidity mixed with particles, plant matter ash, maybe even dust from a nearby dried-up lake. It smells like the world is brewing tea with everything it can find. Early humans didn't just breathe this in, they lived it. Their lungs were likely more robust than yours, their nostrils wider, their sinuses better equipped to handle the constant barrage of earthy funk. There's even a quirky fringe theory suggesting that human noses evolved their current shape partly to adapt to these kinds of environmental conditions. Basically, your nose might be the product of ancient air quality issues. You hike further, passing under trees that drip sap and house insects the size of small phones. The buzzing is constant and loud. So loud, in fact, that you find yourself shouting at your own thoughts just to get through them. The air practically vibrates with life. Everything is overgrown. The forests aren't just forests. They're labyrinths of vines, spongy moss, and mushrooms as big as your head. Some of them glow faintly in the shade. As you press deeper into the trees, the light dims and the air gets wetter. It clings to your skin. Your clothes, already rank from days of prehistoric adventuring, are now soaked through. You're not sure if it's rain sweat or the forest itself trying to absorb you. Then you hear it something huffing low and guttural just ahead. You freeze. It's not a bear. Well, not a bear you'd recognize. A creature lumbers out from the shadows, huge with a barrel chest and fur matted from the humidity. It sniffs the air, clearly unimpressed with you, and trots off. You exhale. Another encounter survived. The funny thing about the air here is that it changes drastically depending on where you are. In valleys, it pools heavy moist, filled with plant vapors and fungal perfumes. On mountaintops, it thins to a crisp, almost pleasant nothing. If you were a prehistoric marathon runner, and there's a good chance some of our ancestors were exactly that, you'd have needed serious lung power and stamina just to make it through your daily territory check. You stumble into a clearing and nearly gag. It smells like sulfur and burnt broccoli. You're near a mud volcano, or possibly a fumarole, a geologic vent releasing gas straight from the Earth's crust. Early humans may have avoided these places, or in some theories considered them sacred. Historians still argue whether the fumes from such places influenced spiritual visions or just knocked people out cold. You back away quickly and head uphill again. Higher ground usually means cleaner air and fewer mysterious odors. On the way up, you spot something unusual, a small grove of what look like primitive flowering plants. Not your average garden variety. These are wild, unpruned, and radiating a smell that's oddly spicy. You lean in to sniff and recoil. There's sweetness there, sure, but also something sharp and rubbery. Welcome to early flora. They haven't figured out how to be charming yet. There's another layer to all this fire. Natural fires were part of the ecosystem, especially during drier seasons. A lightning strike, a parched patch of forest, and boom, you've got yourself a full-scale ecological reset. The smoke from these fires would hang in the atmosphere for days, even weeks, sometimes pushing entire groups of animals and humans to migrate temporarily. You catch sight of some ash-scattered ground evidence of a burn, maybe from a few days ago. Charred trees, blackened ferns, but new growth already poking through. That's the cycle here. Destroy, regrow, repeat. Nature's version of a house flip. By afternoon, the humidity finally gives you a break. You reach a ridge with a light breeze, and for a brief moment, you get a clean breath. You sit lungs grateful and stare up at a sky painted with streaky high-altitude clouds, the kind that mean nothing in modern meteorology, but probably gave early humans a hint about incoming storms. Or, if you believe some fringe ideas omens, faces in the sky, animal shapes that meant go east, not west. You lie back, heart still thudding from all the up and down hiking, and let the thick air settle over you like a weighted blanket soaked in compost. And yet, weirdly, it starts to feel okay. Like your body is finally adjusting. You're breathing slower. You're noticing more the rhythm of insects, the layered sounds of birds above and small mammals below. The air here may be a mess, but it's not lifeless. It's full. And if you stop fighting it, you start to feel like part of the soup, part of the rhythm. Maybe even home. You laugh at that just a little and immediately inhale a bug. Typical. The light fades fast tonight. One moment, you're squinting through the last amber rays, slicing across the forest, and the next it's gone. Darkness drops like a curtain, and you realize quickly that there's no street glow, no city halo, no porch lights. The night in this era is truly dark. You stand perfectly still, letting your eyes adjust. Doesn't help much. Shadows melt into each other. Trees blur into shapes your brain struggles to label. Something cracks in the brush to your left. You spin heart racing. You see nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is the part where your imagination goes rogue. You think you hear footsteps. You think you hear breathing that isn't yours. You remember the look on that turkey lizard bird thing from earlier, and suddenly hiding in a bush seems like the smart move. But don't worry. Early humans dealt with this every single night. They didn't have flashlights. They had firelight moonlight and a strong preference for sleeping in groups. As you settle down into a shallow dip in the earth, a natural little hidey hole, you start to notice something odd, the soundscape. The night here isn't quiet. It hums. There's a constant low-level vibration of life. Frogs chirping in complex rhythms. Cicadas buzzing like they're running a chainsaw symphony. Distant hoots from unseen owls. And somewhere in the distance something screams. It's not a human scream. That's somehow worse. You curl up under your hide blanket listening. Something's moving in the trees above you. Slow, careful. Not climbing, gliding. And then a flutter, fast and close to your ear. A bat, probably. One of the older models. Prehistoric bats had larger wingspans, maybe sharper teeth. Some fringe paleontologists even suggest that some species could mimic the cries of other animals to lure prey. Great. Mimic bats. The stars slowly bloom above you, and here's the wild part, they're different. The constellations you know haven't formed yet. Some familiar stars are there, sure, but the tilt of Earth is slightly off the rotation, a little different. And Polaris, the North Star, isn't the bright guidepost. You know. Historians still argue whether early humans tracked the stars for navigation or for storytelling, but they almost certainly notice the sky's rhythm. With no light pollution, the stars feel closer. You can see the thickness of the Milky Way, a silver river stretching from horizon to horizon. Meteors flash every few minutes, streaking silently through space. One long-tailed fireball burns so bright it casts shadows across the ground. You hold your breath. That didn't look far away. And here's the kicker. Back then, some early humans might have been afraid of the dark, just like you. but others, they were active in it. With night came cooler temperatures, stealthier hunting, and sometimes less competition from daytime predators. There's even a theory that early human vision developed to balance day and night activity, making us surprisingly good at picking out movement in low light. You test that theory now as something rustles nearby. You don't see it, but you catch the flick of motion, a pale shape darting through the underbrush. Fast, low to the ground. You freeze, heart pounding. Whatever it is, it stops, then continues. Not stalking you, just passing through. Still, you inch closer to your little fire pit and carefully strike a flint thankfully left behind by your soot-faced friend from a few days ago. The spark catches dry grass, and within minutes, you have a flickering flame. Not much light, but enough to see your own hands. Enough to feel like you exist again. The fire changes everything. It throws back the night just far enough to draw a small circle of safety. It also draws insects, and quite possibly predators. You sit close to it anyway. At this point, your fear of the unknown is stronger than your fear of becoming a snack. Smoke rises slowly into the blackness, curling and twisting. The scent is comforting now, charwood earth. You lean back and start to doze. But then you hear it. A deep, drawn-out huff. Not far off. Heavy. Measured. Not some small mammal or foraging herbivore. You go still. Another huff. And then a soft thump. And another. Footsteps. Giant ones. You peek over a nearby log. Moonlight glints off something massive moving through the trees. It's hard to make out, but you catch the rise of a hump, a long snout, and tusks. Enormous curved tusks. A steppe mammoth, maybe. Much bigger than the woolly mammoths we think of today. It walks past, slowly majestic and terrifying, paying you no mind. Just passing through the night, like it owns it. Which, frankly, it does. As it disappears, the tension in your shoulders finally releases. You feel like you've seen something sacred, something private. It's not often you witness a creature like that and get to live to tell the tale, even if your tale is mostly nervous sweating and hiding behind a log. The fire crackles, and slowly your heartbeat returns to normal. The night, though still alive and crawling, feels less threatening now. You've seen it, smelled it, heard it. You've made it through the darkness for now. There's a strange comfort in this world once you stop fighting it. Yes, everything wants to eat, trample, or ignore you, but everything is also following ancient rhythms. And in a weird way that includes you. You settle back near the fire, watching embers float upward like tiny red spirits. Somewhere nearby, another human Neanderthal or cousin species might be doing the same thing. Huddled near a flame, listening, wondering, maybe even looking up at the stars and feeling just a little bit small, just like you. And if that's not timeless, what is? Morning arrives without warning. One moment the stars are wheeling overhead in that alien prehistoric dance, and the next you're blinking into soft gray light and wondering what that warm, wet thing on your foot is. You look down slowly. It's a tongue, attached to a face, attached to... Oh, hello. A massive dog-like creature stands over you, sniffing curiously. But this isn't a dog, not even close. Its snout is longer, its legs more muscular, and its teeth, well, they look like someone built a blender and gave it legs. Meet Pachyrhinacuda brevirostris, the giant prehistoric hyena. This thing outweighs a lion, runs faster than your dreams of escape, and has jaws strong enough to snap a femur like a breadstick. And you're lying down, wrapped in a hide, looking delicious. You don't move. The hyena sniffs once more, then mercifully decides you're either already dead or not worth the effort. It ambles off shoulders, rolling with casual arrogance, and vanishes into the trees like a shadow with an attitude problem. You exhale so hard your ancestors feel it. This is life at the bottom of the food chain. The predators of this world aren't just big, they're built differently. Evolution hasn't pulled any punches. You think you're tough because you own a blender. Try surviving in a world where the average apex predator is a mashup of tank ninja and nightmare fuel. A few hours later, as the fog burns off, you come across a game trail. You follow it, eyes alert. Soon, you're staring at massive paw prints in the mud, wide, deep-clawed. These belong to a saber-toothed cat, possibly Homo therium. Not the Hollywood version, with fangs dragging the ground, but still. A face full of steak knives. Historians still argue whether these big cats were ambush hunters or endurance stalkers, but either way, you don't want to meet one, especially before breakfast. Suddenly the brush ahead rustles. You drop low. Something moves graceful silent. It slips into a patch of long grass and disappears. You wait, muscles tense. Then you hear a shriek, not from a human, but from some unfortunate prey, and the silence returns. Just like that. Over. You walk carefully, senses tuned. You're starting to understand that in this world, you're not walking through nature, you are nature. You're another moving piece in a game that's been running for millions of years. And most of the time, the rules favor the claws. As you make your way across a clearing, you spot massive three-toed tracks in the hardened mud, bigger than your entire torso. You crouch down, fingers tracing the print. This isn't a cat or a bear. This is something far more peculiar, Forus aka terror birds. Yep, giant, flightless, carnivorous, and fast. These birds are like a 6-foot-tall ostrich mixed with a velociraptor and given an anger management issue. Fringe theory time, some suggest their beaks were strong enough to crack skulls open with one peck. Others say they hunted in short bursts, sprinting down prey before delivering a killing blow. Either way, you'd lose a foot race. You keep moving, and soon the ground begins to rise, giving you a better view of the surrounding land. And that's when you realize you're not alone. A small pack of shadowy figures moves through the trees, far off, too upright to be animals, too quiet to be fully human. Maybe it's Neanderthals. Maybe something older. They vanish before you can see clearly. You don't follow. Instead, you head toward a nearby watering hole. Animals always gather there. You stay low hidden, peeking through a bush. The scene before you looks like a nature documentary shot with a nightmare filter. There's a short-faced bear off to one side, twice the size of modern grizzlies, and fast enough to outrun a horse. It drinks calmly, tail swishing. Near it, a herd of what look like oversized antelope cautiously sip water, never taking their eyes off the tree line. And then something else slinks forward, low to the ground, with thick striped fur, and the sort of body that means business. A giant wolverine, perhaps. You didn't even know those existed, did you? Oh, they did. And they had serious, don't mess with me energy. Everything here does. Historians debate whether early humans actively hunted these apex creatures, or just scavenged the leftovers when they were done mauling each other. A strong case exists for both. What's more likely is they developed an uncanny sense of timing, showing up at a kill site just after the predator left, but before the vultures moved in. Risky business, but hey, protein's protein. You crouch watching it all. 1,000 stories unfold before your eyes. A calf stumbles. A predator flinches. Two birds fight over something shiny. You could sit here for hours and never see the same scene twice. The tension in the air is constant, not just fear competition. Everything here wants food, territory, safety, and none of them are asking nicely. Suddenly the wind shifts. Your scent travels. The bear lifts its head. Time to go. You back away slowly, heart in your throat, limbs stiff with panic. You don't run yet, but you're ready. Every step you take, the tension coiled in your muscles screams, "Move." And then you're back in the forest, the trees swallowing you up. Eventually, the sounds behind you fade. The bear didn't follow. You're safe. For now. And here's what you're starting to realize: this isn't some prehistoric horror movie. It's a perfectly tuned system. Brutal, yes, but balanced. Every predator here has a role, a purpose. Nothing kills just for fun. And everything knows the value of caution. Even apex hunters can fall prey. You rest against a tree, finally letting your pulse slow. The silence settles again. But now it feels earned. And as terrifying as they are, the predators of this ancient earth are also magnificent, majestic, alive in a way that modern zoos and documentaries can never truly capture. They're not monsters. They're your roommates, and they've been here much longer than you. It starts with a distant thump. Not thunder, not a rockfall. Something slower, deeper, rhythmic. You freeze mid-step. The ground gives a subtle vibration beneath your bare feet, as if something impossibly large is shifting through the earth's crust. You crouch low behind a bush the size of a compact car breath held. Then you see it. First the tusks, long, curved like giant ivory scimitars scraping the air. Then the head, massive, high-domed, with expressive eyes that somehow look both gentle and devastating. It's coated in thick, coarse fur, matted in places with mud. It's not alone. You've stumbled into a herd of steppe mammoths. They move slowly, like living mountains, each footfall a statement. The herd includes females, a few younger calves trailing close, and one towering bull with tusks so long they almost cross in front of him, like ancient tree roots. You sit there, utterly still, watching them drift through the landscape like ships through fog. And suddenly, your fear melts. These creatures are powerful, but not threatening. Not unless you do something profoundly stupid. They're part of Earth's megafauna, the supersized mammals that defined the Pleistocene. The world was simply bigger back then in every sense, and not just mammoths. Behind them, lumbering at a lazier pace, is what at first looks like a boulder with legs. You blink. It's an ancient glyptodont, a distant cousin of the armadillo, except this one is roughly the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, with a domed armored shell and a tail that ends in a bone mace. You know, just in case anyone got ideas. It waddles along with a casual indifference, grazing on low shrubs. Its presence is oddly calming. It's hard to panic next to what's essentially a prehistoric tank that eats weeds. You back up a bit and circle around the herd, and then more footsteps, heavier stomping. From another direction, you duck instinctively, and moments later, a woolly rhinoceros ambles into view. Now this one's a little less zen. It's enormous, its two horns curving upward like sabers forged out of keratin and grudge. Its shaggy fur is dark and thick, its eyes small, constantly scanning. The animal pauses, snorts, and scrapes at the earth with its massive front foot. The message is clear. Don't. You oblige. Historians still argue whether this creature, Coelodonta antiquitatis, was solitary or more social. But either way, you don't want to be between one and its next meal. or between it and anything really. You slowly ease back into the forest and keep moving. Over the next hour, the landscape opens into a broad valley. Herds dominate the scene, giant deer with antlers so wide you'd swear they were satellite dishes. These are megaloceros, sometimes called Irish elk, though they lived well beyond Ireland and weren't elk. Fringe fact, those antlers could grow up to 12 feet across. Evolution apparently looked at practicality and said, nah, go bigger. These creatures weren't just massive, they were magnificent. Early humans may have revered them, even painted them on cave walls, not as trophies, as symbols, or warnings, or stories passed between generations huddled around flickering firelight. You sit on a rock and try to imagine hunting one of these things. You with a pointy stick and a rock tied to it. Them with 500 pounds of muscle and a serious attitude about who gets to drink first at the river. It wasn't about domination. It was about daring, about survival. Humans didn't invent bravery in the age of kings and wars. They earned it right here, dodging hooves, swinging spears, and sometimes just hanging back, waiting for something else to do the dirty work. Speaking of which, nearby a kill site, you spot the signs flattened grass, drag marks a few scattered bones with bite grooves in them the width of your palm. The carcass is gone, dragged away by something much larger than you. Probably our hyena friend again, or something worse. The bones are from a giant sloth, a slow-moving behemoth with claws like rakes and a build like a furry refrigerator. The kind of animal that doesn't look like a threat until you try poking it. Then it turns into an angry couch with knives for hands. And that's the weird thing about these megafauna. Most of them weren't predators. They just happened to be massive. Evolution during this era seemed to favor the go big or go extinct strategy. Larger animals held heat better, could travel farther, and were harder to bring down until they weren't. Because here's the twist by your time, almost all of them are gone. Historians still argue over why. Was it climate change as the last glacial period ended? Was it overhunting by clever, hungry humans? Or some unholy mix of both? Whatever the answer, the giants started vanishing one by one. Steppe mammoths, woolly rhinos, the glyptodont, all extinct, gone like they never walked the earth. Except they did, right where you're sitting. You watch a final straggler, another mammoth hobble across the horizon, moving slowly its tusks, dragging the dirt like regret. It's alone, injured maybe, or just lost. It bellows a deep, mournful sound that echoes across the plain. No answer comes. For a brief moment, you feel something you didn't expect: grief. A tug in your chest for a world you don't belong to, but that somehow feels achingly familiar. As if your bones remember it. As if something deep in your DNA still listens for those thunderous footfalls and the breath of a giant close enough to ruffle your hair. And in that moment, surrounded by ghosts too big to forget, you understand something strange and beautiful. You didn't tame this planet. You just showed up after the party was already over. You try walking straight, you really do. But within 10 minutes, you're going in circles. No trail, no roads, no signs, no snack machines offering helpful arrows. Just endless wilderness stretching in every direction. Welcome to the pre-Google Maps version of Earth. Here, you navigate by instinct. Or, if you're one of the smarter hominins, by stars, rivers, and patterns in the land. But for now, you're relying on that deep human superpower known as guessing and hoping. The terrain keeps shifting under your feet. One moment, it's firm grassland. The next, your bootless foot sinks ankle deep into a surprise bog. You yank it out with a slurp that's just a little too enthusiastic. Around you, the landscape is all curves and chaos. There are no clear paths, because nothing's been worn down yet. Even animal trails fade and reappear at random. Nature hasn't bothered to make this convenient. You trudge forward, dodging thorny bushes, slipping on moss, and ducking under vines that swing low like lazy snakes. You catch glimpses of game trails, narrow paths, worn down by generations of animals. But following one could mean safety, or stumbling directly into a den of things with teeth. Eventually, you come across a wide river, its surface glinting under the mid-morning sun, like sheets of molten glass. It's beautiful. It's also a massive obstacle. There are no bridges, obviously. No ferries, no ropes, no helpful troll asking riddles. Just fast-moving water, muddy banks, and a dozen animal tracks converging at its edge. This is a watering hole, and a highway rolled into one. Early humans depended on rivers, but they also feared them. These waters don't just carry fish, they carry crocodiles the size of jet skis, and diseases, and occasionally the remains of someone who misjudged the current. You pause to watch a group of giant wild boar snuffling near the water. Their massive one shakes itself, and mud flies everywhere. Its tusks look like curved sabers. You stay very, very still. Historians still argue whether early humans were natural explorers or just desperate wanderers following food. But either way, rivers like this shaped everything. Migration routes, camp locations, and even early territorial boundaries all flowed along these ancient highways, sometimes literally. You eventually find a shallow bend and wade across water soaking your hide-wrapped legs. It's icy even in the warmth of the day. Something brushes past your calf. You leap like a caffeinated kangaroo and sprint the rest of the way. Was it a fish? A stick? A prehistoric eel with attitude? Doesn't matter. You're out. On the other side, you shake yourself off like a soggy dog and begin climbing a gentle slope that promises a better view. Reaching the top, you stop and stare. What lies before you looks like a patchwork of environments, all jumbled together like someone shuffled a deck of biomes. To the left, open plains dotted with towering grass. Straight ahead, a stand of ancient trees, their bark gnarled, and their leaves rustling like old paper. To the right, a low marsh glistens with stagnant water and fluttering clouds of insects that look like they bite with purpose. No signs, no safe route, just options. So many options. And that's the trick about this world direction. Isn't just about movement. It's about survival. Take the wrong turn, and you might stumble into a nesting ground, or walk for 2 days with no fresh water, or end up where a predator's already claimed squatters' rights. You pick the forest path because in your exhausted logic, at least there's shade. Inside, it's darker, cooler, and immediately more difficult. The trees are close together, the underbrush thick and wild. You push through vines that cling like needy toddlers and roots that grab your ankles like they're daring you to trip. Somewhere nearby, something chuffs a warning sound. You stop, listen, then take a long, careful step backward. The forest here doesn't feel empty. It feels inhabited, and not by squirrels. As you push on, you begin to notice natural patterns bark, stripped from certain trees, maybe by an animal's teeth. Broken branches forming a rough path. A pile of animal droppings still steaming. Lovely. These are the signs early humans learned to read like a second language. The land spoke, and if you didn't listen, you were lunch. Or lost. Or both. After what feels like hours, you emerge into a clearing. A ridge rises ahead, promising a proper lookout. You climb. At the top, wind hits your face, cool, carrying distant scents. Smoke fire. Hard to say, but something's out there. You spot distant pillars of rising mist, likely from geothermal vents or hot springs, maybe even a distant wildfire. Either way, something's happening. A pulse, a sign. This ancient land never sits still. There's a fringe theory that some prehistoric people navigated using soundscapes, the ambient noise of an area, the buzz of insects, the rustle of trees, the calls of specific birds, and the idea that once a person knew the sound of their territory, they could tell they were straying just by the change in rhythm. Listening, always listening. You sit on the edge of the ridge legs, dangling, and let the world pour in. Below you, a river winds like a silver ribbon. Herds move through the grassland. Smoke drifts from a forest miles away. The land breathes, and you feel it in your chest. You don't have a compass. You don't have a map. But you're starting to get it. Movement isn't just about travel. It's about relationship. Knowing which grove shelters berries, which rock signals a hunting ground, which bend in the river marks the edge of someone else's territory. Because this world has no signs, but it's full of meaning. Even if half the time, it's also full of leeches. You smell it before you see it smoke. Not the sharp, biting smoke of wildfire, but the warmer, musky scent of controlled fire. Not natural, not accidental. This is someone's campfire. Your heart thuds with a mix of dread and wonder. Because if there's fire, there are people. Or almost people. And if there are people, there's a chance, just a chance, that you're not the only one around here who knows how to roast a root vegetable without accidentally lighting your own hair on fire. You follow the scent low to the ground, ducking behind rocks and trees. The smoke gets stronger. Then you hear it, the crackling of flame. A low, rhythmic tapping stone on stone. A quiet grunt. You crouch at the edge of a rocky overhang and peer through the brush. There they are. Two figures hunched beside a small, carefully tended fire ringed with stones. Their skin is dark, weathered muscles taut from constant use. Their movements are deliberate. One of them blows gently into the embers, while the other chips at a stone flake with measured strikes. Sparks flicker. The fire responds. A small burst of flame dances up, and both figures grunt in satisfaction. You're witnessing something monumental. Fire-controlled fire is one of the most critical breakthroughs in human history. Not just for cooking, but for safety, warmth, social bonding. It changed everything. And here it is in its infancy. These hominins are likely Homo heidelbergensis, your distant cousins. Not quite modern humans, but on their way. Their faces are heavy-browed jaws, strong eyes, small and alert. They don't see you yet, but their ears twitch now and then, like they're always listening. Smart, alert. Probably dangerous if you surprise them. Historians still argue whether these early humans learned to create fire on demand, or simply maintained fire captured from lightning strikes or natural blazes. There's evidence for both. Some even suggest they carried smoldering embers in bundles of bark or moss, like prehistoric zippos. Either way, what you're seeing is a living miracle. And it's messy. Because controlling fire wasn't a clean ceremonial moment. It was probably more like, oops, this dry grass is on fire, quick, throw something on it. Then, hey, this charred rabbit tastes kinda good. Then what if we didn't freeze to death this winter? You step forward slowly. The two figures notice. Their heads snap toward you, and for a breathless moment you freeze like a statue. The fire pops. A branch crackles. One of them rises, gripping a thick wooden shaft tipped with sharp stone. You raise your hands, not in surrender, just in recognition. They don't run. They don't charge. The standing one makes a clicking sound, soft almost like a bird. The other tilts their head. A moment passes, and then the one with the spear lowers it. You've just been accepted, at least provisionally, into the presence of fire bearers. Lucky you. They let you sit near the fire. Not close, just within the glow. The heat is immediate and glorious. After days of damp clothes and cold nights, the sensation of warmth crawling up your legs feels like a blessing from some ancient god. You close your eyes for a second and almost cry. The hominins ignore you mostly. They're busy. One chews on a strip of meat. The other sharpens a tool. Neither speaks, not in words, but they grunt and hum small noises of acknowledgement. One passes the other a charred root without making eye contact. It's oddly domestic. The first prehistoric dinner party. You nibble a piece of your own dried tuber, and it tastes like burned sadness. But hey, it's calories. That fire, though, it keeps drawing your eyes. The flickering movement. The glow. The tiny sparks dancing upward. You realize it's more than a tool. It's a magnet. A hearth. A gathering point. Early humans may not have had language as we know it, but they had fire, and fire became the center of their world. Fringe theory. Time. Some scholars believe that sitting around fires actually contributed to the development of early storytelling. With work and movement limited at night, people naturally began sharing sounds, gestures, and eventually myths. So in a way, this fire might be the great-great-great-grandfather of bedtime stories. Yes, this right here is the birth of podcasts, just with more grunting. You spend the evening in semi-silence, your new acquaintances unbothered by your presence, but offering no help either. You're on your own. You warm your hands. You listen to the night. You glance over as one of them picks up a burning stick, blows on the end, and deliberately carries it to another fire pit nearby, carefully spreading the flame. It's not just survival, it's skill. These people don't just keep fire. They understand it, feed it, move it, possibly even fear it. Because as much as fire offers comfort, it also destroys. They know that. You curl up near a stone, the fire flickering against your eyelids, and you can feel something strange stirring inside you. Something ancient, deep. Not just warmth. Memory. Like your body remembers sitting by flames before. Not you specifically, but the parts of you built by people who did this night after night. You're tapping into a ritual older than any civilization, older than any writing or wheel or recipe. You fall asleep to the soft crackle of the fire. You don't even care that you're lying on sharp rocks and damp leaves. The warmth is enough. The smoke is oddly comforting. The shadows dance, but they don't threaten. The fire keeps watch. The fire makes you human. And for one moment in this vast, ancient world, you don't feel lost at all. You wake to the faintest trace of gray light peeking through the tree canopy, your face warmed by the dying glow of last night's fire. The two hominins are gone. Not a sound, not a footprint, not a goodbye grunt. Just vanished into the woods like smoke. You sit up slowly, stretching sore muscles, and realize you're alone again. But this time, it feels different. Something about last night settled in your bones. A rhythm. A memory. You watch those early fire bearers with their thick brows and deliberate movements and saw something familiar. Not just survival. Not just instinct. Choice. Thought. planning. You're starting to see yourself in them, and not just in a cheesy, we're all connected way. In a literal sweaty, dirt under the fingernails, you might be cousins kind of way. You're ready to find more. You strike out deeper into the forest. This time, you look for signs. Bent twigs, trampled grass, scorch marks, and just before midday, you find them. Footprints, several moving in the same direction. Some big, some small. You follow. They lead to a small clearing where a group of 5 or 6 hominins is gathered around another fire. These aren't quite the same as the pair from last night. Their posture is different. They're more upright. Their movements more expressive. These are still early humans, but they're a step closer to you. Possibly early Homo sapiens, or late Homo heidelbergensis. Historians still argue where to draw the line. The DNA is blurry. The skulls are transitional. But what's clear is that something new is stirring in these creatures' minds. They don't just survive, they think ahead. You sit at a distance watching. They've built a loose ring of stones around their camp. Not a wall exactly, but a boundary. Someone scratches a groove into a rock. Not art, not yet. Just marks. A fringe theory suggests that early humans made these scratch patterns to communicate territory or resources, primitive maps for people who'd never heard the word map. One of them sees you. A young male, tall, lean arms roped with muscle. He squints, tilts his head, then gestures slowly. Not a wave, but something close. You mirror it. He doesn't smile. Smiling's not really a thing yet, but he doesn't throw a rock at you either, which feels like progress. You're invited in. Sort of. They let you sit near the fire, closer than last night. They offer you a piece of cooked meat charred on the edges, slightly underdone in the middle. You nod. Take it. Chew. It's actually not bad. Stringy. Smoky. Definitely not tofu. You study their faces. Strong brow ridges. Wide noses. Deep-set eyes that scan constantly. Their clothing is basic animal hides, slung over shoulders, some tied with sinew or plant fibers. One wears a necklace made of bird bones. Another has a piece of smooth antler shaped into what might be an awl or a crude comb. Functional bling. You notice how they interact. A young one mimics the older male's movements, copying how he grips a flint blade where he strikes it. Another hums a low rhythm while sharpening tools. It's not music, not yet, but it's something. You're seeing early culture in motion, not stories or symbols. Not yet, but the raw materials. These people aren't just surviving, they're learning and teaching. You watch as 2 of them prepare a basic shelter, leaning branches together and covering them with leafy mats. It's primitive, sure, but it's intentional. A choice to manipulate the environment. To build rather than just react to weather. And then something strange, one of the group begins rubbing red ochre on a flat stone. Just grinding it. No clear purpose. No immediate function. It could be for decoration, or body paint, or some ritual long lost to time. Historians still argue whether these gestures were symbolic or just practical, but either way, it's behavior. It's curiosity. It's human. Later in the day, they move on, and they let you come. Not officially, not as one of them, but they don't stop you. You follow at a respectful distance. You travel for miles through open scrubland. They point out edible plants. They track animals without speaking. When one member stumbles, another helps them up. No fuss, just instinct. They might not have language in the way we think of it, but there's definitely communication, gestures, expressions, a shared understanding. that runs deeper than words. You're watching the very beginning of you, not just biologically, but socially. And then, night again. The camp is small, efficient. Fire is built fast. Everyone knows their role. One prepares food, one stands guard. Two wrestle quietly in the dirt, like overgrown toddlers. The oldest female stares into the fire, grinding something between stones. Possibly seeds. Possibly bugs. You don't ask. You lie beside the warmth, listening. One of them hums again. Low, repetitive, almost trance-like. Not for entertainment. Maybe for rhythm. Maybe for calm. A lullaby from before language. You feel your own body fall into sync with it. You think about your world. Microwaves. Streaming services. Noise-canceling headphones. And then you look around this tiny camp surrounded by predators, exposed to the elements, wrapped in scratchy hides and bone jewelry, and you realize they have everything they need. Fire, food, community, safety, purpose. It's not comfort by modern standards, but it's something deeper, something primal, something human. You drift to sleep beside these proto-people, heart thudding in rhythm with the drumbeat of history. And somewhere deep in your cells, something ancient remembers. You wake with a start, not from a sound, but from a feeling. That prickle at the back of your neck, that goosebump surge that screams you're being watched. You don't move at first, just blink slowly, pretending to sleep. Then you roll carefully to one side and look toward the tree line. Eyes. Not glowing, not monstrous, just calm, intelligent, observing eyes. Set beneath a heavy brow, the face behind them blends into the underbrush so well you almost miss it. Broad nose, wide jaw, thick neck, and that unmistakable silhouette, shorter than your companions, stockier, denser, but unmistakably human. Just not quite your kind. Neanderthal, or at least a close cousin of the kind. The real deal. Not the grunting cave caricature of cartoons, but a living, breathing, high-functioning version of humanity. One that evolved alongside you, not beneath you. He's not alone. A second figure steps beside him. Taller female, just as sturdy. They don't approach. They just watch. You sit up slowly. The others in your group have noticed too. There's no alarm, just awareness. A glance. A subtle tightening of posture. Not fear, but caution. Like wolves acknowledging another pack nearby. And here's where things get interesting. Because around 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens and Neanderthals weren't strangers. They were neighbors, possibly competitors, possibly allies, and sometimes more than that. Historians still argue whether interbreeding was rare or surprisingly common. The genetic evidence says yes, at least a little bit. You listening to this probably carry around 1–2% Neanderthal DNA. Congratulations on the family reunion. The Neanderthal pair eventually moves on, no confrontation, no communication. But their presence lingers. You feel it. Their difference. Their presence. And you start to wonder, how different are they really? Later you break away from your temporary group and walk quietly along a ridge. You're hoping to follow the Neanderthals or at least see where they went. After about an hour of cautious walking, you stumble across something unexpected. A stone tool. Simple, elegant. Sharper than it has any right to be. Made from flint, but flaked in a way that's subtly different from the ones your companions used earlier. More efficient, more precise. You pick it up carefully and feel its weight. A signature of sorts. Neanderthals weren't mindless brutes. They had technology. Not smartphones and latte machines, but toolkits refined over generations. They used Mysterian technology, which involved flake tools crafted with surprising control. not to mention their skills with hafting attaching stone to wood with sinew or pitch, a kind of prehistoric duct tape. There's even evidence they used glue. That's right, glue. Some scholars believe Neanderthals boiled birch bark to create sticky resin, then used it to bind tools. Ever tried making glue without a chemistry set? Didn't think so? You find a small cave nearby. Not deep, but dry and protected from the wind. The walls are scratched not with symbols, but with lines, patterns. You run your fingers over them. Intentional, possibly decorative, possibly territorial. No one knows for sure, but they're not random. There's a pile of bones in the corner carefully arranged, some broken for marrow, some charred. A small animal skull rests on top like a centerpiece. Ritual convenience. Historians debate this too. But the point is clear. These people didn't just live here. They thought here. They felt things. They made decisions that went beyond pure instinct. You sit on a rock, letting the reality settle in. Neanderthals weren't monsters. They weren't failed experiments. They were humans. Different, yes, but capable of art memory grief, maybe even music. There's a fringe theory still unproven, but tantalizing, that Neanderthals may have had vocal ranges similar to ours. That their thick chests and short throats didn't prevent them from humming, chanting, or even singing. Imagine that. A Neanderthal lullaby echoing through a cave as a storm raged outside. The sun starts to dip low again, and shadows stretch across the forest floor. You hear a distant cry, not an animal, but a call. A human voice, deep and wordless, echoing through the trees. Maybe from the Neanderthals, maybe from your companions. Either way, it sends a chill down your spine. You head back to camp. When you return, your group is silent. No one asks where you went. No one speaks of what was seen. But later, as the fire crackles and embers drift upward into the black sky, one of the older members picks up a stick and begins to draw in the dirt. Not a picture exactly. Just marks, a line, a curve, another line, then a handprint beside it. It means nothing. It means everything. A nod to the others who walk these lands. The ones with thicker bones and watchful eyes. The ones who left their marks in caves you haven't even found yet. They were never your enemies. Just your siblings, lost in time. And somewhere, in the dark spaces between stars, the story you all began together continues to echo. The next morning, you wake scratching. Not just a casual itch, but an all-over primal full-body discomfort that makes you question every choice you've made since arriving here. Your skin is coated in sweat dirt plant residue and possibly the crushed remains of something with legs. Welcome to Prehistoric Fashion Week, where the trends are simple wear. What you kill, tie it if you can, and if it itches, too bad. You sit up and inspect your current ensemble, a crude hide wrap tied awkwardly at one shoulder, with a strip of sinew and a pair of sandals made from bark and regret. Not exactly runway ready, but hey, it beats full nudity in tick-infested grassland. Nearby, one of your hominin companions is dressing for the day, and by dressing, we mean wrapping a long strip of cured animal skin around the waist, tucking in a pouch made of hollowed-out horn, and strapping a belt of twisted fibers that holds flint tools, a bone awl, and something that suspiciously resembles a dried lizard. Accessorizing is already in style. You realize something: their outfit isn't just for warmth. It's utility. Every piece serves a function. A pouch to carry tinder, a strap to secure tools, a loop for a sharpened stick. Function has given rise to form. The material choices are impressive, considering these folks don't have sewing kits. Everything's hand-stitched with bone needles and plant fiber thread, or in some cases strips of animal gut. Gross, yes, but effective. Intestines, when dried and oiled, make surprisingly flexible cordage. You now appreciate modern elastic bands on a spiritual level. You spot one of the younger group members wearing what appears to be a headband made from twisted reeds decorated with small feathers and bits of stone. It could be decorative. It could be ceremonial. It could just be a really itchy way to keep bugs out of the hair. Historians still argue whether early humans used clothing and accessories to signify rank or simply to stay alive. Probably both. You examine your own gear. The animal hide tunic you acquired is stiff and smells musky. Not horrible, just ever-present. Like someone spilled soup on a shag rug and left it in the sun. Still, it offers protection from thorns, wind, and those buzzing prehistoric mosquitoes with fangs. Your hands are wrapped with strips of bark for grip, and your feet are now lined with extra padding made from moss. It's like medieval Dr. Scholl's. You spend part of the morning watching others maintain their clothing. One sharpens a bone pin used to fasten a shoulder wrap. Another repairs a tear in a hide cloak using a fish bone and dried sinew. One of the older members is oiling a piece of leather with animal fat, softening it until it's pliable again. You're witnessing the birth of textile technology. Not with fabric looms or cotton threads, but with experimentation, trial and error, and a whole lot of getting poked by things that weren't designed to be clothing. There's also decoration happening here. It's subtle, but it's there. One of the women is wearing a necklace made of perforated shells strung together with twisted plant fibers. Another has rows of tiny animal teeth stitched along the edge of her cloak. A fringe theory suggests these weren't just fashion choices, they may have acted as status markers or symbols of personal achievement. Like prehistoric merit badges. Killed a snake, wear its bones. Found a shiny rock, show it off. And don't think for a second these folks don't care how they look. You catch two younger males trading a piece of dyed bark bright red, probably from ochre or berries, and immediately wrapping it around their wrists like wristbands. One flexes dramatically. The other grunts in approval. Caveman couture. You even see primitive grooming. One person sits on a rock, using a sharp flint to carefully scrape dirt and old skin from their arms. Another chews a stick until the end frays, then uses it to clean their teeth. Yes, prehistoric toothbrushes were a thing. And judging by the state of their teeth, some worn, some cracked, but largely intact, it worked. And then comes the sunscreen. Yes, sunscreen. You watch in awe as one group member smears a thick, pasty gray substance on their cheeks and forehead. Another applies it to the tops of their shoulders and neck. You lean in for a closer look. It smells earthy, funky. A mix of crushed minerals ash and crocodile dung. Yep, that's right. Some early cultures likely used animal waste mixed with clay or ash as a natural insect repellent and sunblock. It works, you gag. The world may not have SPF 50 yet, but innovation is everywhere. You start to appreciate the logic of their outfits. Nothing is wasted. Bone becomes buttons. Tendons become thread. Hide becomes cloak, pouch, blanket. Even feathers tied together layered into shoulder wraps serve as warmth and style. Functional fashion long before French runways got involved. Historians still debate just how dressed our ancestors were at this stage. Some believe clothing was minimal, just the essentials to avoid frostbite and sunburn. Others argue that clothing had cultural, even spiritual value. Perhaps specific skins carried meaning. Perhaps antler jewelry was worn to honor a hunt or signal fertility. Maybe those feathers meant someone had a vision, or maybe they just liked the way they looked. You wonder what your modern self would wear in this world. Performance fleece, Kevlar. Probably overkill. Here, simplicity is survival. You spend part of the afternoon crafting your own improvements. A hide satchel slung across your chest, stitched with crude but effective fiber loops. A wrist wrap, lined with dry moss to absorb sweat. A makeshift hood, woven from thick grass to shield your neck from the sun. And it works. You walk through the forest, feeling for the first time prepared. Not stylish, not comfortable, but ready. Your outfit squeaks when you move, smells like a barn, and keeps scratching the back of your knee. But it works. You are clothed. You are equipped. You are prehistoric chic. And as the sun sets, you settle by the fire cloaked in skins and confidence watching sparks rise into a darkening sky. The others settle in beside you, adjusting their own wraps, untying satchels, cleaning tools, and arranging sleeping hides. No one says anything. They don't have to. In this world, how you dress isn't just about appearance. It's a declaration: I am part of this place. I have learned. I belong. Even if I still smell like fermented weasel. Night again. The fire is glowing low, casting amber ribbons of light across the dirt and up onto the faces of your companions. You're lying on your side chewing something vaguely root-like, wondering if it's supposed to taste like sadness and dirt. When you notice it, the way the group shifts around each other. The glances, the tiny grunts, the not-so-subtle side eyes. You're not just watching survival out here. You're watching the first ever drama. A young male, wiry high energy, probably a little too confident for his own good, sits just a bit too close to the older female of the group. She ignores him at first, then subtly shifts away. He follows. The older male next to her notices and grunts. Not a warning. Just a reminder. The young one looks away, suddenly fascinated by a stick. Classic move. This is prehistoric jealousy. You're watching the early emotional mechanics of humans in motion. You always imagine early humans as grunting hunters and gatherers too busy staying alive to get into messy feelings. But here it is. The look, the tension, the minor power play all without a single word. You don't need a language to feel awkward, third-wheel energy radiating off a campfire. You shift your focus and notice another pair younger, still sitting side by side. Every few minutes, one pokes the other with a twig, a playful jab, a soft grunt in return. Then laughter, low-breathy, rhythmic. Not full modern laughter, but something close. They're flirting. In the language of nudges and noises and proximity. Love or something like it was alive even now. Historians still argue whether early humans experienced complex emotional relationships the way we do. But if you ask me, and you kind of are just by listening, then yes. You can feel it out here. The attachment, the protectiveness, the subtle heartbreak. When someone shifts their blanket towards someone else, you sit by the fire quietly observing and realize something profound: no one is truly alone here. Even if they don't speak, they react. They notice. They choose where to sit, who to offer food to, who to ignore, who to chase, who to shove. The group dynamic is a living, breathing thing. At one point, the eldest male of the group, quiet and observant, always scanning the horizon, stumbles slightly while standing. Instantly, the younger woman rushes to his side and offers her arm. He leans on her just for a second. No nod of thanks. No, I got you. But it's clear bonding matters. Maybe not romantic. Maybe familial. Maybe just mutual respect carved by years of not dying together. And that's when it hits you. These aren't just bodies moving through survival tasks. These are relationships. Not like ours with text messages and breakup playlists, but raw, powerful present. There's even a tiny squabble over a piece of roasted meat. The younger male reaches for it. The middle-aged female smacks his hand away with a sharp grunt and snatches it for herself. He glares, rubs his wrist, and immediately steals another piece when she's not looking. She sees. She growls. He flinches. Everyone pauses. Then laughter again, soft, shoulder-shaking laughter from 3 different directions. Gossip exists. You can feel it in the way 2 group members share glances like they're silently judging the meat thief together. Humans have always talked about each other, even before there were actual words. Fringe theory. Some anthropologists believe gossip was the first form of language development, a social glue that helped strengthen group dynamics. It kept everyone informed. Who was trustworthy? Who shared food? Who wandered off too long and came back with a weird smell? You begin to see the day's movements differently. That long hunt earlier. It wasn't just about food. It was also about showing off. That one male who kept carrying 2 spears and throwing them farther than necessary, classic attention seeker. One of the younger women seemed unimpressed. She kept glancing at the quiet one gathering roots. You see how this goes. Social cues are ancient. Competition, partnership, flirting, exclusion. It's not invented later with cities and Instagram. It started here beside fire and stone. One moment freezes in your mind. A child you didn't notice her before tucked against her mother's side stands up and toddles over to the older male. She taps his knee and hands him a stick. He smiles. A real smile, gentle and warm and utterly timeless. It's not about survival anymore. It's about connection. Even the smallest members of the group are drawn into this network of glances and gestures. No one is forgotten. But don't think it's all hugs and good vibes. As darkness deepens, a strange male appears at the edge of the trees. Not Neanderthal, one of your own kind, possibly from a nearby band. He steps forward cautiously. The group stiffens. All jokes vanish. The fire feels hotter, suddenly more exposed. The alpha male stands. No aggression, yet just presence. The newcomer lifts his hands, makes a soft noise. A greeting, maybe. A request. He points toward the fire, toward food. What happens next is tense. A long stare, a few grunts. Then slowly a piece of meat is tossed toward him, not near the group, but at a distance. A test. He picks it up, nods, and stays right where he is. Not banished, not welcomed. It's social nuance, folks. Early style. Eventually, someone grunts, again, dismissive. The visitor leaves. No violence. But the message is clear. This is our fire. These are our people. You lie back and watch the sparks drift into the stars. Around you, the group begins to settle, some in pairs, some alone, but all within the warmth of this social net. Some cuddle, some fidget. Some just lie there staring into the dark, lost in whatever thoughts lived in minds not so different from yours. And somewhere in all this, you realize that love, in its earliest form, wasn't about flowers or poetry. It was about who stayed near the fire with you, who shared their food, who reached for your hand in the dark. You're starting to notice something different in the way these people treat the world around them. It's not just a place to hunt or hide, it's a theater filled with signs and symbols. When someone trips over a root and lands face first in the mud, no one laughs. Instead, one woman draws a quick pattern in the air with her fingers, then touches her own forehead. A ritual, a superstition. You're not sure. But it happens again later, when a bird calls 3 times in a row, and the same woman softly hums a specific rhythm in response. You're witnessing the early embers of belief. It begins small, in gestures and repetitions. Certain stones are treated differently. Certain trees are never touched. When a group member kills a small animal, he presses its head to the ground for a beat before butchering it. Respect, fear, a subconscious ritual. Historians still argue whether these acts were spiritual or just habit, but the line between them is foggy, especially out here where death walks beside you every hour of the day. That night, as the fire dies low and shadows stretch like fingers, something strange happens. The youngest child in the group whimpers, nightmare maybe. Her mother pulls her close, but another woman rises and walks to the fire's edge. She reaches into a pouch and pulls out what looks like a carved animal bone, not a tool, not practical. It's shaped like a bird or a bear, or maybe both. She holds it up toward the stars, then sets it gently in the ashes near the fire. No one speaks, but everyone watches. The child quiets. You blink. Did that really happen? Yes. And now you can't unsee it. These people carry objects, not just tools, but symbols. Things with no obvious use except to mean something. One man has a bundle of smooth stones wrapped in bark. Another has a piece of carved wood he rubs like a worry stone. It's not art yet, but it's getting there. One afternoon, you follow 2 of them as they break away from the group and head into a cave tucked behind a craggy bluff. They move slowly, reverently. Inside, the air changes. Cooler, heavy. You see blackened rock smoke stains. Fire has burned here, maybe for decades, maybe longer. You spot something on the wall, scratches deliberate ones. Lines that cross. Ovals. A spiral rough but unmistakable. They're not doodles. They're intentional. You trace them with your fingers, and for a moment, you forget you're just a visitor in someone else's time. You're in a sanctuary. There's a fringe theory that caves like this weren't just shelter, but sacred. That they acted as the first churches, or at least the first places where humans asked the world questions, where they hoped the darkness would answer back. Later you hear a story, not with words, but through ritual. It happens by firelight. A woman stands humming low. She holds a stick, dips it in ash, and begins to draw in the dirt. Curves circles a series of dots. She moves with rhythm. Others watch silently. One begins to rock back and forth. Another beats a stick gently on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. You realize what you're seeing, a performance. Not for entertainment, but for meaning, for memory. She finishes the drawing, then erases it with her hand. No explanation, just silence. The entire group seems to breathe differently afterward, as if something important has been acknowledged or released. You lie awake later, staring at the sky, wondering what they believe. Is there a wordless God in their minds? A sky spirit? A ghost in the trees? Maybe nothing so defined. Maybe it's just a feeling that the world isn't empty, that there's more to all this than tooth and claw. They bury their dead, not elaborately, but deliberately. One evening, you come upon a shallow pit, freshly filled. A small mound of stones marks the spot. Nearby lies a woven bundle of dried flowers twisted together with fur and feathers. It won't last long, but that's not the point. It was placed there on purpose. Historians still debate the moment humanity first invented religion, or whether it was invented at all, or simply emerged like fire, or music, or curiosity. But here, you're seeing its early architecture: grief, symbol, gesture, memory. That's enough. You also notice signs of fear. One man never enters the forest at dusk. He wears a charm around his neck, a tiny jawbone tied with sinew. He touches it constantly. You follow him one evening and hear him whispering. Not words, but sounds. Soft repetitions. He kneels beside a tree and lays a strip of hide at its base. You watch from a distance. You don't interrupt, because whatever he believes, it's real. To him. And here's the eerie part: it feels familiar. You've thrown coins into fountains, crossed your fingers, knocked on wood, made wishes you didn't expect to come true. That instinct that hope isn't modern, it's ancient. As old as the first fire, the first burial, the first thing that made you shiver in the dark. You carry belief in your bones, even if you don't know it. That night, as the wind picks up and strange animal cries echo through the trees, you sleep a little closer to the fire. You pick up a smooth stone you found in the river and tuck it under your makeshift pillow. Not for comfort, just in case. You're woken by the sound of rhythmic tapping stone against stone, sharp and purposeful. Not random, not idle. You sit up and look toward the source. Two members of your group are crouched on flat rocks, intent on their work. One holds a larger, rounded stone, his hammer. The other grips a flat, flint-like chunk in his palm. He angles it carefully, then gives it a precise tap. Chink. A sliver flakes off. He inspects the edge, nods slightly, then keeps going. You're watching the most ancient version of a workshop. This isn't chaotic smashing. This is stone napping the original do-it-yourself kit. The sound becomes hypnotic, sharp, clean strikes, followed by short bursts of inspection and regripping. It's meditative, purposeful, and not as easy as it looks. You wander closer, fascinated. One of the women beckons you over and hands you a chunk of stone. She shows you how to hold it, where to strike. You try. Clack. Your flake shatters. Useless. She grunts not unkindly, takes it back, starts again. Welcome to the Stone Age tutorial, where your grade is pass-fail, and failure may involve bleeding thumbs. Still, you try again. This time, a cleaner flake. Not sharp enough to cut a thread, but progress. The group keeps going, gradually building a small pile of finished tools: scrapers, blades, points. Each shaped with intention, each with a role. You're witnessing the beating heart of early human technology. Before smartphones, before spears, before language even, there was the act of transforming raw rock into something useful. Something that could kill, carve, dig, shave, defend, butcher, or build. Historians agree, this kind of craftsmanship dates back hundreds of thousands of years. But here's what most people miss. This wasn't a casual hobby. It was essential. The difference between a good flake and a bad one could mean the difference between eating dinner or being dinner. One group member holds up a particularly sharp blade and grins with pride. He runs it through a strip of hide like butter. The others grunt approvingly. It's the prehistoric version of showing off your new Swiss Army knife. There's even competition. A younger woman mimics the motion, trying to get the same clean flake. She fumbles it, then scowls when the older man chuckles. He hands her a better core, gesturing with mock patience. She gives him a glare that's about 85% murder, 15% thanks. This is more than tool making. This is teaching, sharing knowledge across generations. It might not look like a classroom, but it's the same spirit. You watch as techniques pass from hand to hand. There's trial and error, correction, encouragement, the transmission of skill. And it's not just flint. One group member is off to the side fiddling with a composite tool, a wooden shaft being fitted with a stone blade using pine resin and sinew. That's right, glue and twine, long before Home Depot. The process takes patience, heat, pressure. It's fussy work, but it holds. There's even evidence that early humans were experimenting with new materials constantly, trying different kinds of rock adjusting angles, using bones and antlers as soft hammers. It wasn't just mimicry, it was innovation. You try again with your flint. Another clean strike. Another tiny shard breaks away. Sharp, really sharp. You hold it up, and without thinking, run it lightly over your arm. A thin red line appears. Oops. One of the group members sees, snorts, and tosses you a wadded-up clump of moss. Apparently prehistoric first aid is just plug the leak with a plant. As the morning fades into afternoon, the workshop keeps humming. Someone drops a stone and curses well the prehistoric version of a curse, which is probably just an aggressive grunt and a rude hand gesture. Another crafts a spear tip, turning it delicately in her hands like it's made of glass. Fringe, fact time. Some scholars believe certain kinds of tool shapes may have carried cultural significance, as in a tribe from one region might have had a signature style of blade or point, not just for practical use, but for identity. That finely notched scraper you're holding, it could have told someone else where you came from, what you knew, or even how respected you were back home. It's prehistoric branding. By late afternoon, the work begins to slow. The group starts to test their tools, cutting strips of meat, trimming fur carving wood. One man uses his newly crafted blade to split open a thick root, revealing a starchy core that smells vaguely like turnip and regret. You realize something you hadn't appreciated before. These people don't have possessions like you do. No closets, no junk drawers, no miscellaneous category in their prehistoric backpack. Tools are their technology, their economy, their resume, and their survival gear. To make them well, that's pride. You sit with your rough-edged flake in your hand, thumb wrapped in a moss poultice, and feel an unexpected connection to your modern self. Because even now, you build, you shape, you tinker, whether it's with code, or food, or paint, or spreadsheets. You create tools, systems, objects, stories, because humans are wired to change the world around them, to shape it into something slightly more useful, slightly more ours. The fire's rekindled as dusk falls. Tools are gathered, wrapped, stored. The best blades are tied to belts. The lesser ones are left behind, no sentimental attachment. If it doesn't cut, it doesn't come. You look at your hands, covered in dust, scraped, calloused, but useful. And that's the secret. In this world, you don't prove yourself by how many words you know or how fast you run. You prove yourself by what you can make. And for the first time on this ancient planet, you feel like you've made something real. Even if it's still a bit lopsided, you wake before the sun for once, not because something is hissing at you or chewing your foot, but because the group is already moving. They pack quickly and quietly, rolling up hides, tying tools into bundles, slinging bark-wrapped supplies over shoulders. No chatter. No indecision. Just a collective instinctive sense that it's time to go. You join them. Because here movement isn't optional, it's strategy. They travel light. Always do. Because in this world, the land changes on you. Seasons shift. Water dries. Herds vanish. And if you stay put too long, something big and toothy might decide your fire smells like lunch. This group is headed somewhere with purpose, and you begin to realize this isn't just a random forage. This is a migration. They're retracing a route thousands of years old, part of a trail that stretches from valley to mountain to river bend, crossing landscapes that will one day become entire countries. You're walking along one of the oldest roads on Earth, and where are you now, Africa? Not just the continent, but the cradle, the beating heart of early humanity. This is where your species, Homo sapiens, took its first steps, and you're standing in the middle of it just before the great dispersals, the big waves of migration that would carry human beings across deserts, oceans, and eventually to the other side of the world. You follow the group along a rocky ridge, watching as the first pink light spills across the grasslands below. Its stunning trees scattered like punctuation marks, distant dust clouds marking herds on the move, the shimmer of water pooling in a seasonal lake bed. The earth is waking up, and she's pointing the way forward. Scholars know that around 300,000 years ago, modern humans evolved in Africa. But it wasn't all happening in one place. This wasn't a single village of cavemen inventing language on a Tuesday. It was a network small group scattered across vast regions exchanging genes, tools, ideas. A slow, beautiful explosion of adaptability and mind. Fringe theory time. Some anthropologists believe there wasn't a singular origin site for Homo sapiens, but a pan-African emergence, multiple populations evolving together, overlapping and connecting like drops of water merging into a stream. Evolution by collaboration, not isolation. The group moves with familiarity, now avoiding known hazards, steep cliffs, snake-infested brush places where predators like to nap. You realize they've done this before. These aren't wandering nomads. These are navigators. This land is encoded in their bones. Midday, you pause at a rock overhang near a trickling spring. The group rests. You notice some of them begin marking stones, scratches, dots, grooves. One carves a line, then another beside it, slightly longer. Are these measurements tallies or just practice? Historians still argue whether such marks were abstract thinking or just muscle memory, but you can feel the gears turning in their minds. These people are not just surviving, they're beginning to record. As you sit, you hear a hum, a soft, low rhythm. One of the older men, perhaps the de facto leader, is singing. Not in words, just tone. A pattern that rises, falls, loops back. Another joins in harmonizing. You close your eyes. This isn't just music. It's a map, a memory, a beat to walk by maybe, or a story no one wrote down but everyone knows. Later, you reach a ridge with a wide view. And suddenly there it is, the Great Rift Valley, a scar across the earth. Beautiful, broken, ancient. It stretches for miles, carved by tectonic forces, shaped by volcanoes and time. It's one of the most important places in human history, a runway for outward movement. The literal path many of our ancestors took as they began spreading to the rest of the planet. You stare at it, wind tugging your skin. You're standing at a threshold. Beyond this are possibilities, unknown lands, challenges, evolution waiting to happen. But here, right now, is where it all began. Africa wasn't just where we started, it's where we became. You move on the path, winding down into a dry basin where bones poke through the dirt. Antelope, elephant, something you can't identify. Fossils in the making. You kick a stone and realize you're walking across history. At one point, the group stops at a natural spring. and someone picks up a lump of ochre deep red chalky staining their fingers. They rub it on their arms, faces, tools, not to clean, to decorate, or maybe to bless, maybe to belong. Some anthropologists believe that this use of pigment already happening here is a sign of identity, a way to say, I am this group. I wear this mark. I know who I am. It might be the earliest version of culture. You lean against a tree and take it all in. The tools, the movement, the songs, the symbols, the shared looks, and the constant unyielding awareness that everything here means something, even when no one can say it out loud. Night falls, and camp is made quickly. Everyone knows their part. You're handed a charred tuber, possibly yam, possibly something less friendly, and sit among them. They pass around a fire-hardened bowl filled with some kind of drink. It's bitter warm and slightly smoky. You raise it in thanks. They nod. You belong. And here's the quiet truth that settles over you like a blanket. This was never about becoming modern. It was always about becoming us. The walking, the adapting, the inventing, the connecting. It started here. Under African skies with people who may not have had language, but still knew how to say we are more than animals. We are becoming, and we will not stay here forever. It starts with a smell. Smoke sharp and earthy, but not yours. Not your group's fire. A foreign fire. Someone else's camp. The wind shifts again, and then comes another layer, the scent of roasted meat, wet fur ash, and something faintly sweet. A blend not from your circle. The others smell it too. Heads lift. Eyes narrow. Spears are picked up, not raised, but gripped with meaning. There's a tension you haven't felt before. A buzz in the air. Not fear exactly. Something closer to curiosity laced with caution. Because the group isn't just picking up the scent of another animal or a wandering herd. They're picking up others. People, but not quite your people. You're about to witness something ancient and monumental. The first contact between two human groups. Not a handshake, not a peace treaty, but something primal, complex, and deeply unpredictable. Your group circles up, forming a loose perimeter. No one speaks. The youngest ones are nudged to the center, everyone scanning the horizon. And then they appear. Across the scrubland, a silhouette moves. Then another. 6, maybe 7 figures. All upright, all walking together. But these aren't Neanderthals. They're us, but not quite like the ones you've been traveling with. Their posture is subtly different. Their faces a little broader. Noses flatter, skins darker. Their tools, visible even from here, are a different make. Shorter spears. Oval-shaped blade handles. You squint. Denisovans, maybe. Or a regional group of archaic Homo sapiens. Someone with shared ancestry, but diverged paths. Historians still argue whether these meetings were rare or common. Did early human groups keep to themselves? Or were they constantly brushing against cousins and strangers in their journeys? Some say it was like tectonic plates, slow collisions, long-lasting effects. Others argue it was more like river currents, weaving and mixing, often sometimes gently, sometimes violently. Whatever the truth, one thing is clear: this moment matters. The two groups stop about 20 yards apart. No words, just silence. A long shared look between fire-warmed faces and wind-bitten skin. No one throws a spear. No one steps forward. Yet. Then the eldest man in your group lifts something in his hand, a bundle of dried leaves. He lays it on the ground. A gesture. Not submissive, not dominant. Just open. A few seconds pass. Then one of the strangers approaches. She crouches, picks up the leaves, sniffs them, rubs them between her palms. Then she nods and returns to her people. And just like that, the world changes. The two groups slowly close the distance step by step until a few stand near one another. No touching. No sudden moves. Just mirrored movements, scanning each other, noting details. You watch them trade items, small ones. A chunk of ochre. A carved piece of wood. One of your group offers a napped flake with a perfect edge. In return, a stranger gives a woven bracelet made of sinew and beads of smoothed bone. It's not trade in the economic sense. It's symbolic. A way to say we're the same and also not the same, but we see you. You're watching the roots of diplomacy. Later, you find yourself sitting beside a member of the other group. She's older skin, weathered like riverstone eyes, bright and quick. She reaches into a pouch and pulls out a small object, a tooth pierced through hanging from a braided cord. She holds it up to your chest, studies your face, then hands it over. Gift gesture. Test. You take it. She smiles. A flash of teeth. And just like that, you're in. And now, the two fires burn together. The camp becomes a hive of subtle comparisons. The younger males eye each other, sizing up strength, testing boundaries. Children poke and sniff and swap pebbles like diplomats of their own kind. One group member mimics the other's walking style, exaggerating the sway of his hips until both groups laugh a low growling chuckle that transcends language. It's not all friendly. One minor clash erupts over a cooking rock. Shoved shoulders. A grunt too sharp. A spear lifted, not thrown, just held. A warning. Then hands up. A step back. It diffuses. But that brief flare reminds you this is delicate. Because despite the shared ancestry, the overlapping biology, these groups carry different cultures, different ways of lighting fires, different rhythms of sound, maybe even different ways of understanding life and death. Fringe theory. Some researchers believe these early contacts led to interbreeding, not just in awkward one-off situations, but occasionally in meaningful long-term pairings. That genetic exchange wasn't incidental. It was intentional. These weren't just meetings of bodies. They were the earliest mergings of worldviews. You lie back and stare up at the stars. Two sets of people side by side. Cooking, carving, watching, learning. You hear one of the strangers make a new kind of vocal sound, high-pitched clipped, repeated 3 times. One of your group mimics it, then adds a 4th beat. The stranger nods. That might be music, or a game, or a first shared word. Whatever it is, it's human. The night deepens. 2 fires become one. 2 circles merge. And the sky, still ancient, still unknowable, watches quietly. You think about the borders we draw today. The tribes, the lines, the endless slicing of us versus them. And then you look at this moment, this firelight, meeting of eyes and hands and exchange trinkets, and realize we've always been trying to reach across. Even when we didn't have the words yet. Even when all we had was a carved tooth and the courage to offer it to a stranger. The sky is pink. Not a soft, romantic pink, but the kind that makes your instincts go very still. A bruised pink streaked with yellow. It doesn't feel like morning. It feels like something is holding its breath. The birds are quiet. Even the insects have gone hush. And you, dressed in your hide wrap hands, dusty with flint chips, heartbeat steady from weeks of survival, feel suddenly very, very small. Because something is wrong with the sky. You're not the only one who senses it. The others in your group and the newly arrived visitors, now more like uneasy allies, are looking up too. One woman puts her hand on the ground, listening, feeling. Another sniffs the wind and mutters a low staccato grunt, a warning. And then comes the boom, deep rolling like the earth burping under its breath, the kind of sound that vibrates through your chest and into your spine. Then again, louder. The ground shifts under your feet, subtle but unmistakable. You scramble to higher ground as the horizon begins to blur. Far off, a column of smoke rises. No, not smoke. Ash. A volcano is erupting. Not here, not right on top of you, but close enough that the sky turns to bruises and the air begins to taste like metal. You watch as the plume punches upward, spreading across the sky like ink in water. Sunlight dims. The heat doesn't leave, but the light does. The world turns gray. This is Mat Ol Duino Lengai, perhaps. Or maybe another African volcano whose name no longer survives in any language. But the impact is real. Ash rains down light as snow, but dark as soot. A nearby waterhole bubbles, strangely earthquakes, sending ripples through ancient aquifers. The group moves quickly now. No panic, but definite urgency. They've seen this before. You follow. Because this is one of those moments where history nearly ends. The Pleistocene world was no stranger to disaster. Volcanoes, droughts, floods, climate shifts so rapid they'd make your smartphone screen fog up in sympathy. And this is one of them. Historians still argue whether early humans survived such events by luck, location, or learning, but either way, they did survive. Barely. And maybe this was one of those world-shaking moments that thinned the herd and strengthened the will. You trek through the ashfall for hours. Visibility drops. Your breathing tightens. One of the elders rubs a strip of hide over her face and ties it behind her head, a primitive mask. Others copy her. You follow suit. You're choking less now, but the air is still wrong. By midday, the sun is gone, blotted out by ash and haze. You walk under a sky the color of dishwater, watching the land change before your eyes. The plants are coated in gray. Streams are clogging with dust. Animal tracks vanish as if the world is trying to erase itself. And then comes the light. A single flash in the clouds. No thunder, not yet. Just a sheet of silent lightning. You've entered a charged world. Dust in the air. Heat on the ground. Nature's battery is fully loaded. Rain follows. Not a gentle sprinkle. A deluge. Heavy drops slapping the earth with angry fingers. It turns ash to sludge in minutes. Your feet sink into it. The world begins to melt. Your group finds shelter in a stone outcropping, high ground, partial cover. You crowd in, dripping, exhausted. Everyone's faces are streaked with wet ash, eyes blinking slowly. No one speaks. Just breathing. Just surviving. And in that moment, you feel something ancient settle over you. Vulnerability. For all your spears, tools, pigments, clever hands, this planet still calls the shots. One angry mountain, one shift in the sky, and everything changes. You huddle together in the flickering light of a fast-built fire. Flames crackle damply, fighting back against the wetness. The ash now falls slower flakes like gray snow drifting into your hair. And then someone pulls out an ochre-stained stone and begins to draw. In the mud. In the ash. Circles. Lines. Spirals. A memory maybe. A prayer. A record. Because disaster doesn't just destroy. It shapes. It becomes story. And story becomes survival. There's even a theory, fringe but beautiful, that some of the earliest cave paintings in human history were responses to disasters. Emotional echoes scratched into stone. A way to say, we were here. We lived through it. This is what we saw. You look around the shelter. Soaked people. Shivering kids. Strangers. who became not so strange over the last few nights. Everyone quiet watching the gray sky. The ash slows. The rain softens. For now, the earth exhales. You step outside. The world is ghost-colored, muted. The grasses bow under weight. The trees droop. But it's still here, still alive. A hawk glides overhead, wings clean and determined. A beetle crawls out from the muck. Life doesn't stop. It adapts. Every time. By the next day, your group is moving again. South, maybe. Or east. Away from the smoke. Toward better air. Toward clean water. You pass a river that's running black with silt. Across it, the carcass of an animal large-horned, probably killed by panic. The group skirts it in silence. You realize you're witnessing a reset, and not the last. Because this world isn't done yet. There are more disasters coming. Supervolcanoes like Toba, which will one day nearly erase the entire human population. Ice ages that will chase your descendants into caves and across frozen land bridges. Meteor strikes. Droughts that kill continents. Yet here you are, still walking, still human, still learning what it means to endure. The land is quieter now. Days have passed since the eruption. The sky has returned to its usual pale glare. The ash has settled into thin gray dust on tree limbs, grass blades, and your own clothes. But beneath the hush lies a feeling you can't quite name, like a song's final notes echoing in an empty hall. You're walking through a place that used to be teeming. Now, not so much. No sign of the massive herds that once painted the plains in movement. No mammoth trumpets in the distance. No stampedes of long-horned beasts. Just empty silence broken only by the sighing wind and the crunch of your steps in dry soil. Something's changed. And it's not just temporary. You climb a rocky ledge to look out over the plain. In the distance, a handful of dark shapes grazers, probably but small, scattered, tense. Your group doesn't say it, but everyone feels it. Things are disappearing. The great beasts, those walking fortresses you once watched thunder across the earth, are showing up less. A week goes by. Then two. Your group travels farther to find prey. The animals that were once common are now rare. The ones that were rare gone. This isn't about a bad week or a tough season. It's a long goodbye. Historians still argue about why Earth's megafauna vanished. One camp blames the climate cooling periods. Habitat changes the aftermath of disasters like volcanic winters. Another points a finger at humans' use. Spears, fire, overhunting, slow pressure over centuries until even the most powerful couldn't keep up. The most likely answer? Both. The planet wobbled, and we clever coordinated hungry took what was left. Fringe theory time. Some suggest it wasn't just our weapons, but our strategies that changed everything. We stopped chasing the herds and started shaping their future-setting fires to encourage grass regrowth, stalking waterholes, systematically targeting young or breeding-age animals to weaken populations long-term. Not with cruelty, just with efficiency. You travel south now through dry lands where grass cracks underfoot and rivers shrink into their banks. Your group is smaller. One family split off heading east. Another fell behind, illness taking one, exhaustion taking another. You didn't see them die. You just saw them stop. The food takes longer to find. Roots get harder to dig. The fire burns lower its fuel gathered from sparser forests. Your stone tools dull more quickly now because there's less time to shape them properly. And yet humans persist. One night gathered around the fire, someone hums a tune. Just 4 notes repeating. Someone else claps. A rhythm begins. A child makes a noise like a bird, and laughter, honest belly-warm laughter, ripples around the flames. Because even as the world narrows, your species expands. Not in numbers yet, but in mind. That night, one of the hunters shows you something new. A weapon with a carved shaft and a hook at the end. A throwing stick. Designed to increase range. Another group member carves a piece of stone into a tiny blade, delicate but sharp perfect for scraping hides with precision. Less waste, less risk. Smarter. The pressure of scarcity isn't crushing your kind. It's refining them. You travel farther now. Your group becomes leaner, faster, more deliberate. Camp is set up quickly. Fires are smaller, better hidden. You become acutely aware of footprints, wind direction, the mood of the trees. You stop seeing the megafauna, but you start seeing everything else. Bird patterns, bug clusters, bark that curls a certain way before rain. You've become part of the land in a way you weren't before, not just surviving on it, but with it. One day, you come across something haunting. A collection of bones arranged in a circle. Not random, deliberate. Large ones, ribs, femurs, skulls placed in a formation around a central pit. Burned wood in the center. Maybe a shrine. Maybe a tomb. Maybe art. No one touches it. Everyone watches it. The youngest in the group kneels, adding a small stone to the circle, a gesture of respect. You realize that the old ways are dying, but something new is taking their place. And this newness doesn't need mammoths to make it work. It needs memory. It needs story. It needs each other. Farther on, you find tools with new shapes, clothing that fits better, structures made from layered hides and woven grass, primitive tents that hold heat longer. Food is dried over the fire and kept in sealed bark bundles. Your species is engineering the future. And still, some part of you longs for the giants, for the world of behemoths, the world where you sat beneath the shadows of beasts so large they shook the ground. That world is fading, but it isn't gone. You see it in the grooves carved into stone, in the stories passed down at night through gestures and grunts, in the eyes of the child watching the stars as if they mean something. Maybe they do. There's a final glimpse. One morning, near the edge of a deep canyon, you spot movement. Far across the plain, a lone mastodon smaller than the mammoths, fur thinner tusks, straighter lumbers toward a patch of trees. Slow, tired, but moving, still trying. You sit and watch until it disappears behind the horizon, your last megafauna. And you understand you are the survivor. Not because you're the strongest, not because you're the smartest, but because you adapt. You change. You remember. As the others rise and the group begins walking again, you glance back one more time, half expecting to see the mastodon again. You don't. But you carry the echo with you. You carry it forward. You're walking through tall grass when it hits you. Not a sound, not a smell, but a feeling. Like something invisible has wrapped around your ankles. Not danger, not awe. Something harder to pin down. Recognition. You don't know how long you've been here. Days, weeks. Maybe longer. You're thinner now. Stronger, maybe. Your feet are calloused, your hands always dirty, and your clothes, well, let's call them vintage wilderness chic. But this isn't just about surviving anymore. It's about seeing yourself in this world and seeing this world in you. The group you've traveled with is smaller now. Some faces have changed. Some stayed behind. Others joined. But the rhythms are the same. Firelight, shared food, the quiet nods of trust earned through sweat danger and a few successful hunts. Today, You reach a ridge that looks over a deep valley, and for the first time in days, you can see far, really far. The land rolls out beneath you like a rumpled blanket, rivers glinting like veins, herds of animals too small to name from this height, distant forests, thick with mystery. It's stunning. And it looks almost familiar. You sit for a while chewing on something fibrous and barely edible, watching a group of children nearby chasing each other around a fallen log. No toys, no screens, just laughter, movement, the pure, raw joy of being alive. And in that moment, it strikes you. Are we so different? Strip away the Wi-Fi, the hoodies, the delivery apps, and electric toothbrushes, and what's left? A brain wired for connection, a stomach that needs filling, a heart that longs for others, hands that make, break, build, hold. These people, you and not you, are carrying the seeds of everything: language, culture, memory, curiosity, grief, hope. You see it in the way they mark stones with patterns no one else understands. You see it in the way they gather when someone is hurt, not just to treat wounds, but to comfort. You see it in the shared food passed hand to hand without thought. You see it in the way a mother braids grass into her daughter's hair, not because it helps her survive, but because it makes her feel beautiful. You see it in their eyes, how they stare into fire, as if trying to read the past and future at the same time. You remember last night's storm, the way everyone huddled together, bodies touching, not for warmth, but for reassurance. You remember the night before, that when an elder began mimicking the call of a bird, badly, but with flair, and had the group in actual tears of laughter. You remember the first time someone handed you a sharpened stone, not to test you, not to scare you, but because you needed it. This is us. This is you. Sure, you know what's coming. Cities, empire, satellites, global pandemics, and takeout sushi, and space tourism. But somehow, all of that feels like an echo of this. This fire, this fear, this wonder, this constant dance between needing each other and needing space. This instinct to tell stories to make meaning from mud stars and bones. Fringe theory time. Some researchers think humans evolved storytelling before full language. That grunts became patterns. That patterns became myths. That myths became memory. And you feel that truth vibrating through your chest as one of your group members picks up a charred stick and begins drawing in the dirt again. Another spiral. Another figure. Another unspoken truth left behind in ash and smoke. You lie back in the grass, listening to the wind move through it. It whispers over your skin, rustles. The reeds makes everything feel alive and temporary. And that's the final secret, isn't it? We've always been afraid of being forgotten. So we scratched pictures in caves. We buried our dead with flowers. We wore necklaces of teeth and bone. We left signs in the dust. Even now, you're leaving your story just by being here, just by remembering. And yes, Earth has changed. Back then, the forests were thicker, the rivers wider, the predators scarier, the food harder to catch, the fire harder to light. But the heartbeat, the human heartbeat, it's the same. It never left. You felt it in every spark, every footstep, every shared glance around the fire. And as the sun begins to set, casting gold across the valley, you know you're not walking backward in time anymore. You're carrying something forward. In your chest, in your breath. The oldest version of you is still here, still watching the stars, still hoping the fire stays lit through the night, still becoming human, Now close your eyes. You're still here, resting on that patch of earth, warmed by fire and touched by thousands of years of footsteps. The stars above you are older than any story ever told, but they've watched them all. The air is cooler now, softer, as if the planet itself is settling down, stretching her shoulders and exhaling after a long, long day. The embers in the fire are dimming, glowing faintly like sleepy eyes in the dark. The shadows around you are no longer strange. They're familiar, friendly. They've seen you. They've accepted you. You belong here, wrapped in hide and history, breathing slowly beneath a prehistoric sky. The night insects are singing again, softly, a rhythm older than memory. The wind hums through the tall grass like a lullaby that's been passed down for generations. Maybe it has. You don't need to understand every detail. You don't need to know every name. You're part of the story just by listening, by being. So let your breathing slow. Let the weight of modern time fall away. Let yourself drift, not backward, not forward, but inward into the quiet space where the first spark of humanity still flickers. You're safe. You're warm. You're exactly where you need to be. And somewhere out there, under a different sky, someone else is listening to this same story, dreaming the same dream, becoming human all over again. Sleep well. What Stone Age men ate, and why we travel back, way, way back, to a time before apps, before ovens, even before alphabet soup. You're waking up inside a cold, damp cave. Your blanket is animal skin. Your roommate is probably snoring, and your alarm clock, that would be the distant thud of mammoth feet. Outside, it's 30,000 BCE. And if you want breakfast, you'd better be ready to chase it. You step outside into a world carved by ice and ruled by instincts. Your breath comes out in clouds. Your bare feet crunch over frost-hardened soil, and the air smells like wet fur and smoke. You aren't reaching for cereal. You're reaching for a flint spear and hoping the mammoth doesn't step on you before you can stick it. You trudge across tundra, behind your clan, each of you squinting at tracks in the snow. There's a mammoth out there. Its trail is fresh, its dung is steaming, and it's the difference between feast and famine. One mammoth could feed your whole group for weeks. The meat, the fat, even the organs, all edible. And the bones, tools, weapons, maybe even a drum or two for whoever's feeling musical later. When you finally find it, it's bigger than you remembered. Towering, shaggy, a walking meat fortress. You feel the tremor underfoot with every step it takes. And yet, despite how ridiculous this sounds, you run at it with sharpened sticks and a hopeful scream. This was normal. For Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers, it was Tuesday. Historians still argue whether mammoths were hunted into extinction or simply outlived their prime. But either way, people like you relied heavily on megafauna. Woolly rhinos, giant sloths, aurochs, all oversized meals on legs. The logic was simple. Why chase a dozen rabbits when you could take down one behemoth and relax for a week? Assuming you survived the hunt, of course. When the kill finally happens, it takes all day, maybe more. It's both victory and panic. Now you have to work fast. You hack through thick skin with stone tools sawing and grunting. The air fills with the sharp metallic scent of blood and the sour tang of gut. You don't waste much. The muscle is meat. The fat is fuel. Even the tongue, the eyes, the kidneys on the menu. And right there on the tundra you eat, raw at first just to taste. A sliver of liver still warm, packed with nutrients. That first bite, chewy, earthy, somehow electric. You weren't raised with sauces or side dishes, so your palate is tuned to survival, not flavor. Still, you know the difference between fresh and spoiled. And this right now, this is fresh. Later, you'll drag slabs back to camp. Maybe someone's already got the fire going, sending curls of smoke into the pink and blue dusk. Meat will sizzle on stones, fat dripping and spitting. There's no salt, no pepper, just smoke heat and hunger. One quirky theory floating around some archaeology circles. People may have purposefully buried mammoth meat in permafrost for preservation, creating the original deep freeze dinners. Think of it as paleo meal prep. Maybe you dig a hole, stash a haunch, and come back a month later for a surprise meat sickle. Nice. But hey, you're not just eating to not die. Mammoth fat especially is gold, rich in calories. In Ice Age terms, fat is life insurance. You rub some on your cracked lips. You even grease your feet with it before sleeping. Calories go on your skin, not just in your mouth. And here's the part they don't put in kids' textbooks. Not everything gets cooked. Sometimes the raw heart of a kill is shared ceremoniously among hunters, bloody fingers passing it hand to hand, not because it tastes better, but because it means something. A bond, a win, a risk taken and lived through. You gnaw on tendon while watching someone else roast a haunch. The flames make shadows dance on the cave wall behind you. Shadows that look suspiciously like they're telling a story. A hunt, maybe. A triumph. It's not just dinner, it's culture forming before your eyes. Some researchers think your ancestors learned to read animal behavior so intimately they could track prey for days by crushed grass and broken twigs alone. Others argue scavenging was more common than hunting, letting saber-tooths do the hard work, then chasing them off. The truth? Probably both. After all, you're not proud. You're hungry. You might even chew a bit of skin while someone works it into leather. It's tough, but chewable, like an old boot dipped in broth. And those parts, we modern folks wouldn't touch intestines, brains, cartilage. You eat those too. Your gut is stronger than ours. Your microbiome is a wild, buzzing jungle. And when meat runs low, you'll wish you hadn't tossed that tripe. A chunk of fat crackles in the fire, sputtering like applause. A few kids wrestle over a scorched bone. A woman nearby scrapes meat into strips to dry over the smoke future jerky for leaner times. Food isn't just what you eat tonight. It's how you survive tomorrow. And just so we're clear, without refrigeration, without preservatives, without even a basic concept of hygiene, you learn pretty fast what off smells like. You also learn that some smells don't matter when you haven't eaten in 2 days. As you lean back against the warm cave wall, belly full of mammoth, you wonder what tomorrow's meal will be. Maybe another mammoth. Maybe a handful of grubs. Maybe nothing. Life is a buffet and a roulette wheel all in one. And somewhere out there in the shadows, another mammoth is probably watching, wondering if it's next. You wake up with dried blood under your fingernails, smoke still clinging to your hair, and a vaguely suspicious ache in your jaw from all the chewing. But there's no snooze button in the Stone Age. The mammoth meat is gone, or mostly. And now, it's your turn to gather what the earth has to offer. Spoiler, it's not pancakes. You shuffle away from the campfire, into the early light, your basket slung over one shoulder. There's a low mist curling over the brush, the scent of dew and old mushrooms hanging in the air. Birds chirp, not charming melodic ones, but weird screechy ones that sound like they're arguing. Your mission today: plants. Edible, ideally. not poisonous if you can help it. See, while the hunters get all the Hollywood credit, you are probably part of the foraging majority. Statistically, most calories in the Stone Age didn't come from grand kills, but from humble, overlooked dirt-covered things. Berries, roots, tubers, nuts. If it grew and didn't immediately kill you, someone probably tried to eat it. You crouch near a cluster of low bushes, eyes scanning for familiar shapes. Red berries. Good. Maybe. Depending on the kind. That's the daily gamble. Some plants feed you, some mess you up, and some just quietly ruin your week. Historians still argue whether ancient people had plant knowledge passed down through generations or just learned from trial error and funerals. You pick a handful of something tart and dark blue, smear one between your fingers. The juice stains purple. Your grandmother taught you that means probably edible unless it burns your lips. You try one. It puckers your mouth like a bad dare, but you're not gagging. That's a win. Then there's the digging. You carry a stick pointed on one end, dulled by use, and stab it into the dirt at regular intervals. You're looking for tubers. Think prehistoric potatoes, only uglier. You find one, yank it out, and dust off the clumps. It looks like something you'd throw away on sight, but cooked it's your best friend. Some you'll roast later. Some you'll eat raw, then regret. One quirky tidbit. Some tubers needed to be pounded soaked in water, or even left out to ferment a little before they stopped being mildly toxic. Early humans got creative or desperate. Hard to say which. Nearby, you spot a few women with babies strapped to their backs, plucking greens from beneath a tree. One toddler munches something that looks suspiciously like moss. Nobody's stopping him. Maybe it's lunch. Maybe it's a teething toy. Probably both. You move on to the tree line. The bark of this one peels and strips. You scrape a bit and chew. Bitter woody, but not unpleasant. Some trees, especially willow and birch, were basically prehistoric medicine cabinets. Willow bark, fun fact, contains salicin, a chemical cousin to aspirin. So yeah, your ancestors were casually microdosing pain relief before it was cool. But the real score today is nuts. High in fat, high in protein, hard to open, but worth the wrist cramps. You find a stash, buried by a squirrel, thank it silently, and help yourself. You crack them with stones, eat the meat, and toss the shells in a pile. Some ancient campfires still hold those piles. Our ancestors were basically leaving behind snack trash for archaeologists to puzzle over thousands of years later. A soft hum catches your ear. Bees. That's both good and bad news. Honey is pure energy. Sweet, sticky, impossible not to crave. But the bees are not fans of sharing. Still, you've seen brave or reckless gatherers climb trees to dig out honeycomb with their bare hands. Stingers be damned. And you? Well, you're still working up the nerve. You pass a patch of mushrooms and pause. They look edible. Maybe. But unless you want to hallucinate your ancestors and die in your sleep, you leave them alone. Some folks say certain shamans use psychoactive mushrooms in rituals, but you're just trying not to throw up before dinner. You wipe your hands on your fur tunic, which smells like smokeberries and a bit like dead squirrel. That's just how you roll. Every step on this foraging trip is a sensory roulette wheel. Some plants smell sweet, but kill your liver. Some stink like old feet, but are packed with fiber. And once in a while, you find a wild onion, and it's like flavor magic in your mouth. The sky has shifted. The sun is up, the air warming. Your basket's getting heavy, filled with greens, tubers, seeds, and the occasional snail. That's right, snails. You pick them off rocks and tree bark, stuff them into a pouch. Later, Someone will roast them. Crunchy on the outside, chewy inside. Prehistoric escargot. One of your clanmates waves from across the meadow. She's holding something that looks like a pine cone, but isn't. Turns out, it's a seed pod. She bites into it, grins, and gives you a thumbs up. That's the high praise of Stone Age Yelp. You nibble a leaf you don't recognize. It's peppery sharp. Your tongue tingles, but not in a bad way. You consider bringing more back. Maybe someone wiser knows what to do with it. Maybe it'll end up in a stew. Maybe it'll be used to wrap cooked meat for flavor. That's the thing. Prehistoric cooking wasn't just roasting flesh. People experimented. Leaves as wrappers, stones as cooking surfaces, bark as skewers. The Stone Age was basically Iron Chef Dirt Edition. You circle back toward camp as the sky shifts golden. A few kids are chasing each other with sticks. Someone's boiling water with hot rocks dropped into a skin-lined pit. The berries you brought will be mashed into paste. The roots might be shared raw or fire-baked, and those snails someone's already licking their fingers. It wasn't a big hunt day. No mammoth glory. But what you gathered, that's what will keep the group alive. And that's the quiet truth. The documentaries often skip you. The humble forager are the real MVP of survival. You kept the clan going when the hunt failed. You found the calories hiding in the grass, under rocks hanging from branches. So tomorrow, when the hunters strut back, covered in mud and mammoth sweat, you'll hand them a bowl of boiled roots and say, "You're welcome. Your calves are already sore, and the sun's barely up. But there's no time to complain. You've been chosen for the hunt today." You grip your flint-tipped spear a little tighter, glancing nervously at the older hunters who walk ahead with the casual confidence of people who've been gored before and survived. This isn't some slow-paced stroll through the woods. You're stalking through thick brush, every footstep measured, each breath held just a little too long. The air smells like sweat and anticipation, and somewhere in the distance, a herd of deer, maybe aurochs if you're lucky, move through the grass, unaware that breakfast has its eyes on them. Here's the thing. No one tells you in cave kindergarten hunting in the Stone Age is basically gambling with your femur. A clean kill, fantastic. You all eat. A bad throw or a spooked animal. You might come home with nothing but a limp and some embarrassment, or not come home at all. Historians still argue whether early humans were more persistent hunters, chasing prey over long distances until the animals collapse from exhaustion, or ambush, predators lying in wait and striking fast. Today, your group is doing a bit of both. You fan out into a loose formation, trying to circle a small herd near the river bend. The guy to your left has what you might call a spear confidence problem. He keeps gesturing and whispering strategies, but he hasn't hit a moving target since that unfortunate goose incident. You, on the other hand, keep your eyes locked on the brush, listening for rustling. Your stomach rumbles. You haven't eaten since that questionable snail yesterday. Suddenly movement. A deer bolts. Instinct kicks in, and you sprint through reeds and mud heart pounding like a war drum. You raise your arm, release the spear, and miss. Well, that's not ideal. Fortunately, someone behind you didn't. A short, wiry woman with braided hair lets out a victorious whoop as her spear finds its mark. The deer stumbles and falls, kicking up a cloud of dust. You all close in, fast dispatching the animal quickly and carefully. Not out of mercy, though maybe a little, but because letting it suffer just ruins the meat. You crouch beside the body. Its flank rises and falls one last time, then stills. Silence follows. Not just respect, but calculation. You'll need to butcher it quickly, before flies arrive, or a scavenger gets wind. Your hands move automatically slick with blood, working alongside your group to carve out the choicest cuts. Muscle for meat, organs for fuel, bone for tools. The liver, still warm, is passed around a ritualistic bite for those who helped with the kill. It tastes metallic, dense, almost sacred. You're still not great at skinning yours, ends up ragged, and you get teased for it. But your section of meat is solid. This deer will feed the group for days. Some will be roasted over flame, some dried in strips, some possibly buried for later mammoth freezing style. And if you're wondering whether hunting was a male-only affair, think again. Women hunted, teenagers hunted, elderly people sometimes tracked and helped trap. Everyone contributed however they could, because meat meant calories, and calories were gold. Those dramatic cave paintings with stick figure spearmen, yeah, they left out the rest of the team. Now, it wasn't always spears and dashes. Sometimes your ancestors used traps digging pits, crafting snares from gut and wood. Some even drove whole herds off cliffs. Morbid a little, efficient extremely. One quirky detail archaeologist once found layers of bison bones at the base of certain canyons, suggesting this cliff strategy might have been repeated over generations with perfect timing and terrifying coordination. Imagine being told, just chase them and don't look down. The thing is, you never really know what kind of hunt it'll be. Some days, it's big game and glory. Other days, it's frogs fish, or a frantic squirrel you cornered with a rock. And once in a while, you're the one being hunted by wolves bears, or that saber-toothed cat that definitely wasn't a vegetarian. You sling your bloody prize over your shoulders, grateful it wasn't your turn to be the meal. The weight is heavy, but satisfying. Your back aches, but your clan cheers. Tonight you'll eat well. You'll sit near the fire teeth, sticky with grease, and listen to someone embellish the hunt until it sounds like a heroic epic involving magic lightning and a talking deer. There's a sense of pride as you walk back. You did something dangerous, primal, and necessary. No one had to remind you of its importance. You feel it in your bones, in your blistered feet, in the way people's eyes light up when they see meat coming into camp. At the fire, you skewer chunks on sharpened sticks, letting them hiss and crackle over hot embers. The smell is enough to make your stomach somersault. You watch the fat drip, listen to it sizzle, and finally take a bite. The meat is chewy, smoky, and slightly charred. You close your eyes. This is everything. You look around. A few younger kids mimic the hunt with carved wooden sticks. Someone's humming while rubbing two stones together to sharpen a blade. And there's old Tuka showing off the deer's bladder like it's a prize balloon. He swears he's turning it into a water pouch. Maybe. Or maybe he's just being weird again. And here's a fun fact you probably didn't ask: for stomachs of large animals were often used as makeshift cooking pots. Fill it with water toss in meat and herbs, drop in hot stones to boil it all, and boom, Stone Age soup. Weird, right? Weird, but delicious. As the stars come out and the fire dims, you feel the warmth of a full belly and a job well done. You didn't die. You didn't starve. You even got a decent throw in. Not bad for a day in the life of a hunter. Tomorrow, it might be back to roots and berries, or chasing a hare through a marsh, or watching someone else trip into a mud pit while trying to spear a goose again. But for now, you sit back, stretch your aching legs, and chew slowly, deliberately. You earned this bite. You're up before the sun, again rubbing sleep from your eyes with hands that still smell faintly of charred meat and wet earth. But today's different. There's no mammoth to chase no deer in sight, and frankly, no one's up for a full contact spear match before breakfast. So you take your basket again, yes, the same one with the cracked handle, and set out toward the edge of the marsh where the real weird stuff grows. Welcome to the Stone Age salad bar. You slip through the undergrowth, stepping carefully to avoid thorns, mud, and the occasional sleeping snake. The air is thick with morning mist and buzzing insects, the kind that always seem to go for your ears first. You're not here for drama today. You're here for greens, leaves seaweed, and anything remotely chewable that doesn't bite back. Here's what's wild. While meat gets all the press plants, we're the everyday lifeline, packed with fiber vitamins and just enough calories to keep your knees from buckling. Plants were nature's vending machine. You duck under low branches, spot a patch of sorrel tart lemony, and safe enough not to hallucinate on. You chew a leaf as you go. It tastes like a sour candy made by someone who hates fun, but still hydrating, cleansing, and very much edible. Not far from the shore, you find cattails swaying in the breeze like they're doing a little morning dance. Jackpot. You kneel and pry up a root, wincing as your fingers sink into cold muck. The root's starchy thick and slightly slimy, but when roasted, it turns soft, sweet, and almost bread-like. Almost. Sort of. Okay, it's still very rooty, but hey, it fills the belly. And then there's seaweed. If you're lucky enough to live near the coast, you've probably chewed more kelp than you'd like to admit. It's salty, chewy, sometimes slimy, but it's full of minerals, iodine, anyone. Your Stone Age gut might not know the periodic table, but it definitely knows when something makes you feel stronger. You remember how last winter your cousin tried to roast a chunk of dried sea lettuce like a steak. It caught fire immediately and turned into green ash. Lesson learned, not everything is meat's understudy. Still wrapped around fish or boiled with tubers, seaweed isn't just edible, it's surprisingly decent. You pass by a pile of bitter greens that the elders always collect. You remember the taste sharp, grassy, and deeply unappetizing. But they swear it keeps the bile flowing, whatever that means. Honestly, it just makes you burp funny. But if they say it's good, you grab a few handfuls. Tradition counts. Up in a grove, you spot a plant with tiny yellow flowers. You pause. You've seen it before, but is it the one that gave Cousin Lika a week of hives? Or the one that made your uncle dance naked and then forget his name for 2 days hard to say? Historians still argue whether early humans had full plant taxonomies or just really excellent memories and very poor luck. You move on. Some things aren't worth the risk before lunch. You find an old rotting log and give it a nudge with your foot. A few woodlice scurry out. Tempting, but not today. You're here for vegetation, not protein. You do, however, find some edible moss growing along the shaded side. It's soft and a little damp, like biting into a sponge, but it'll thicken a stew in a pinch. Oh, and bark? Yeah, you eat that too. Not all of it. You're not out here gnawing logs like a beaver. But the inner layer, called cambium, is edible. It's like the chewy middle of a tree sandwich. You've peeled it before, in long strips, and dried it in the sun. When you're desperate, you grind it into flour and mix it with crushed seeds. It doesn't taste like much, but it keeps you upright when food is scarce. One quirky theory: some plant-based mixtures might have doubled as medicine and seasoning. You'd mash wild garlic into paste, chew licorice root for your breath, or steep bark in boiling water for pain relief. A prehistoric tea party, minus the cup's sugar and any kind of refinement. Back near the stream, you find wild onions, pungent, bulbous, and mildly tear-inducing. You wipe your eyes dramatically, even though you kind of love it. They'll roast beautifully, adding that hit of flavor Stone Age meals so desperately need. You throw a few into your basket smug. Your friend calls out from the hilltop with a handful of leaves and a warning, "Don't touch the purple one." You squint. Yep, it's that one again. Pretty fragrant and apparently deadly. You shiver at the memory of that one kid who tried it and spent a week sweating and speaking in bird noises. He got better, but now nobody sits too close to him. You finally head back toward camp, your basket full of assorted greens roots and a few things you'll need to identify with the sniff and hope method. Around the fire, someone's boiling a pot of water with hot stones again. You dump your findings onto a flat rock. People poke through it, pulling out favorites and the occasional, this might be poison item. A few leaves get tossed into the pot. Someone adds crushed seeds. Someone else throws in a smoked snail just for fun. It's not fine dining. It's whatever didn't try to kill you today, bubbling in a pot, and maybe turning into soup. The best part, you're helping everyone stay regular. Yeah, no one wants to talk about it, but plant fiber is the secret hero of prehistoric digestion. You've all seen what happens to hunters who go 3 days on nothing but smoked meat. Let's just say it's audible. You sip from a carved wooden bowl. The broth is thin, but the wild garlic sings through, and a hint of something lemony from the sorrel perks it up. You let the warmth fill you slowly, the earthy green flavors grounding you after the chaos of a huntless morning. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, one leafy nibble at a time. You're hunched over a flat rock, now hammerstone in hand, focused on the delicate primal task of breaking a bone open without crushing your own fingers. This isn't arts and crafts hour. This is lunch. And what you're after isn't the bone itself, but the gooey, rich treasure inside marrow. You strike once, miss. Strike again. Crack. A long split forms down the thick leg bone of last night's deer, and a little trail of creamy fat oozes out like warm butter. You lean in and suck it straight from the fracture, no shame, no hesitation. It's warm, oily, and vaguely nutty with a slippery texture that coats your teeth. Not bad. Definitely fuel. In the Stone Age, you don't count calories, you feel them. And marrow is the original power bar. Dense, nutritious, and absurdly energy-packed, it kept you upright in the dead of winter when nothing else would grow. Some researchers argue it may have even been a dietary cornerstone, something you actively sought out rather than just salvaged. Historians still argue whether early humans hunted primarily for meat or for the fat-rich organs and marrow. The bones say fat might have been the real prize. You set the femur aside, licking your fingers and ignoring the fine dust of powdered bone stuck to your face. Nearby, someone else is chewing on a rib end like it's corn on the cob. It's less about the meat, more about the connective tissue, fibrous, chewy, surprisingly satisfying once you get past the texture. But today isn't just bones and broth. Oh no, today's a delicacy day. Someone found a rotting log by the stream and came back with a pouch full of wriggling protein bugs. You don't wince because you've had these before. Roasted crickets, crunchy, a little nutty. Beetle grubs, gooey, but mild. Ant eggs, weirdly buttery. One of the clan elders claims certain insects give you good dreams. No one knows what that means. But she seems happy, so you take a handful. Insects were a regular, if not glamorous, part of your diet. They're easy to catch, full of protein, and weirdly diverse in flavor. And they're always available when the big game vanishes or when storms drive everything else underground. You pop a roasted cricket into your mouth. It crunches like burnt popcorn. You chase it with a handful of crushed seeds just for the texture contrast. Honestly, it's kind of satisfying. Some cultures today still snack on bugs with pride, but back in your fuzzy-footed days, you weren't doing it to be trendy. You were doing it because the woods were stingy and your gut didn't care if it had wings or hooves. You return to the pile of bones and pick up a shattered skull deer probably. The brain's been scooped out already. It goes rancid fast, but someone scraped out the last bits with a stick. That sticky fatty tissue once went into a stew, or more often was used for tanning hides. Fun fact, brain contains enough emulsifiers to soften leather. So yes, you rubbed brains on your future jacket. Across the camp, someone's whittling a long bone into a blade. It glints in the firelight, smooth and deadly. Others use bones for fish hooks, sewing needles, even jewelry. One guy's walking around with a bear tooth dangling from his ear on a leather cord, like he invented punk. You sit back for a moment, stomach half full and hands sticky, and watch a kid poking at a pile of black beetles with a stick. She's giggling. You remember when you used to think that was gross. Now it's just Thursday. And don't forget the fire-roasted frogs. Earlier this week, you and a few others caught a batch near the river, skewered them, and cooked them whole. Legs twitching in the flame, skin crisping meat, flaking away in delicate white strands. You don't eat the bones unless you're desperate, but the rest, surprisingly tender. And of course, there's your favorite late-night snack, charred bone tips. No, not the marrow, the actual tip. Roasted until the outside cracks and splits, giving off a smoky, salty aroma. You gnaw them like toothpicks made of bacon. Very satisfying. Very crunchy. Some archaeologists have found piles of these discarded bits near ancient hearths. Your ancestors were snackers too. One quirky discovery that gets tossed around by the history crowd, evidence that early humans may have used fermented bone broth, not just boiled bones, but left to sit and bubble, naturally souring over days or even weeks. The Stone Age version of kombucha, if kombucha had chunks of vertebrae in it. Supposedly healthy, undeniably funky. You burp quietly. It smells like fire marrow and beetle wings. You're not even mad. Someone tosses a burnt beetle into the fire with a grimace. Too crispy, they say. You nod in solemn agreement, like you're connoisseurs of insect cuisine. Another clanmate laughs and dumps a fresh pile of cracked bones near your feet. Looks like dinner's getting extended. You spend the next hour scraping, cracking, and slurping your way through assorted fragments. Shoulder joints, hip sockets, vertebrae, each with their own weird little pockets of chewable goodness. Some pieces are still a little red inside. You don't worry too much. Your stomach can handle it. Probably. Historians still argue whether this level of bone processing was a sign of desperation or culinary skill. But when your options are frostbite or femur soup, you stop asking questions. And before you think this is all survival and no finesse, some people season their marrow. Kind of. Ash from the fire. Crushed insects. Maybe a splash of leftover berry juice for flavor. You're not Julia Child, but you do know what tastes better than plain bone goop. The fire dies down as the sun sets, and someone tosses a half-eaten grub onto the coals, where it hisses like a snake and puffs up like popcorn. You watch the flames flicker bellyful of prehistoric tapas and lean back against a warm rock. Tomorrow might be a fish day, or a wild egg day, or if you're lucky, maybe another mammoth shows up. But tonight, it's bugs and bones, baby. And somehow, that feels just right. The fire is still glowing. From last night, barely embers now, but you poke at it with a charred stick, like it's a sacred relic. Because in a way, it is. Fire isn't just warmth. It's your kitchen, your security system, your flashlight, your flavor factory. Without fire, you're chewing raw snails in the dark. With it, you're eating like royalty. If royalty enjoyed grubs, smoked frogs, and singed mammoth steaks. You toss a handful of dry moss onto the embers, blow gently, and watch as the flame curls back to life. It flickers hungry for more. You feed it, sticks bark a few dry leaves, then squat beside it, like a sommelier, preparing the perfect vintage. This is where cooking begins. Historians still argue whether fire was first tamed for warmth, light, or food. But once our ancestors figured out they could toss raw meat into the flames and not die from it, a revolution began, one slow roast at a time. You grab a chunk of yesterday's meat. It's tough now, cold, and a little gray around the edges. You skewer it on a pointed stick and hold it over the growing flame. It crackles, pops drips fat. You rotate it slowly, wrist-aching eyes stinging from the smoke. The air smells like survival and something close to barbecue. Cooking changes everything, literally. It breaks down tough fibers, neutralizes some natural toxins, and kills off parasites that might have otherwise made your digestive system throw a protest. Your ancestors who cooked lived longer, got more out of their food, and probably had fewer incidents of accidental squirrel parasite ruining the family dinner. One quirky fringe theory. Some anthropologists believe cooking didn't just make us stronger, it made us smarter. Easier digestion. More energy for the brain. Eventually inventing philosophy and memes. So yes, that sizzling thigh over the fire. It's the reason you're capable of contemplating your place in the universe while burning your thumb. You turn the meat again. The edges are crisping now, curling up like ancient bacon. A kid nearby holds a flat stone covered in tiny frogs, each one propped up on a twig, like a team of gymnasts frozen mid-flip. One by one, he rotates them with exaggerated focus. You both nod at each other like proper chefs. This is a sacred art. Your clan doesn't just roast. You boil using water-filled pits lined with hides and heated stones. You bake digging a shallow hole lining it with embers, placing meat or tubers inside, then covering the whole thing with earth. Hours later, you dig it up and surprise it's not raw. It's smoky, warm, and oddly moist. Stone Age sous vide. One day, you watch someone wrap fish in leaves and slide it between hot rocks. The result? Soft flesh infused with wild garlic and forest dew, flaking apart like magic. That night, you applauded like you'd just seen a Broadway show. And it's not just about flavor. Cooking makes bone marrow easier to extract, root vegetables softer, to chew even certain bugs more palatable. You've roasted beetle grubs until their outsides burst like sausages. Smells weird. Tastes better than it smells. Usually. You take a bite from your skewer. The meat is crispy, on the outside pink and steamy inside. You close your eyes. There's no salt, no sauce, but the char itself is comforting. It tastes like safety, like home, like not dying today. Some nights, you've even seen people experiment. Someone tried burying tubers inside the fire to see what happened. The result? An accidental baked root with a smoky, nutty flavor. Now it's a camp favorite. Another time, someone dropped berries into boiling broth, sweet stew. It was chaos. Delicious chaos. Historians point out that this trial and error style of cooking likely played a huge role in early innovation. You weren't following recipes, you were creating them. Burn some meat. Next time, lift it higher. Root made your tongue numb. Try roasting it first. Accidentally smoke snail shells into powder. Surprise new spice. You watch as someone tosses a small animal, probably a squirrel, into the fire hole. Hair feet all of it. It catches flame, crackles horrifically, then gets pulled out, blackened and blistered. After scraping off the fur and charring, it's edible. Sort of. A little crunchy. Very smoky. But hey, zero waste. And here's a fun fact. Ashes were sometimes used as seasoning. No, really. A pinch of ash in soup for mineral content. Or rubbed on meat to preserve it a little longer. Maybe it's just prehistoric salt. Maybe it's just someone getting lazy. Either way, it's stuck. You start planning dinner in your head while still chewing lunch. More meat, obviously. Maybe mix in that bitter root you found yesterday. Roast it near the edge of the flame so it cooks slowly. Sprinkle it with crushed seed for texture. A foraged garnish. Look at you, prehistoric Gordon Ramsay. But fire isn't just for cooking. It's for storytelling too. You eat by it. Laugh by it. Plan hunts by it. Whisper about spirits and dreams and the weird shadow you saw near the tree line. You've heard some elders talk to the flames like old friends, thanking them for warmth and asking them not to go out. And when you're full, you feed the fire your scraps. Bones, skins, bits you can't chew. The fire devours them all. You watch the smoke rise and curl toward the sky, carrying with it the scent of roasted marrow, burned bark, and grease. You lean back, belly warm, eyes heavy. A few coals pop gently, sending little sparks into the night. Someone starts humming. A toddler pokes at a charred log. The stars come out one by one, indifferent and distant. You survived another day, and you got to eat it hot. It starts with a smell. A sour, sweet, slightly alarming smell wafting from a hollowed-out gourd someone forgot behind a bush. You recognize it immediately. Something's gone weird. But not bad weird. More like interesting weird. The kind of weird you sniff twice. You lean in, give it a cautious whiff. Yup, fermented. Again. Stone Age happy hour has officially begun. You pass the gourd around. It's half full of cloudy liquid, golden brown bubbling. Faintly, like it has opinions. You take a sip. It's tangy fizzy, mildly alcoholic, and definitely alive. You grimace. You smile. You sip again. No one here knows the word probiotic, but you know this brew is doing something inside you. See, you didn't mean to invent fermentation. It happened the way most brilliant things do accidentally, and probably by a lazy teenager who left their berry mush too long in the sun. And yet, once you realized old fruit juice could make your face warm and your head fuzzy, game on. Historians still argue whether Stone Age people intentionally fermented food or just got lucky. But let's be honest, after the third or fourth lucky batch that makes the fire look extra pretty and your legs feel like cooked root, someone definitely started taking notes. You set the gourd down and wander over to the food cache. There's a strange paste in a clay bowl, half-forgotten seeds, ground up mixed with water and left to sit. It smells ripe. You dip a finger in. It fizzes on your tongue. You gag, then swallow. It's kind of like yogurt's chaotic cousin, the one who never stops talking at parties. Fermentation isn't just about flavor or fun, it's preservation. When you've got too many berries, too much milk from that domesticated goat, no one trusts, or leftover porridge, you don't throw it out. You let nature do its thing. And if it doesn't kill you, congrats, new dish. That lump of something in the corner, wrapped in moss and bark, last month's fish. Fermented. It's soft, now smells like feet. But a surprising number of people are into it. One guy claims it opens the mind. Another says it unclogs the spirit. You take a nibble and confirm that yes, it definitely unclogs something. There's a fringe theory that early fermentation might have played a role in group bonding. You're more likely to laugh, share stories, and forget how cold it is when you're all sipping from the same questionable gourd. And after enough sips, you'll even dance. You remember that night last winter the fermented honey pot was passed around, and before long, 3 elders were howling at the moon like wolves, while 2 teenagers attempted to reenact the last mammoth hunt, using only bark costumes and a stick shaped like a tail. It was confusing. It was glorious. But fermentation's not just about getting buzzed. It's practical. Milk from foraged animal sources, goat, reindeer, maybe even yak spoils fast. Unless you let it sour naturally, then you get something akin to yogurt or cheese. Early cheese was probably closer to clumpy paste than cheddar slices, but still. You ate it. You survived. You maybe even liked it. And the best part, your gut adapts. You might feel weird the first few times, but then it becomes part of your biome. You're basically brewing yourself from the inside out. Your clan has a few prized fermentation spots, hollow tree stumps, clay-lined pits, even animal stomachs left to age in the shade. One elder swears by fish fermented in birch bark under hot stones. Another swears at it, but eats it anyway. You try a bit of fermented root today. It's tangy soft and tastes like dirt got into an argument with vinegar. But it doesn't make you gag, so it's a win. You even smear a little onto your dried meat strip for flavor enhancement. Look at you, culinary innovator. And what about fruit? You've definitely discovered what happens when overripe berries are mashed and left in a hide pouch for a few days. Bubbly, sweet, feral. Sometimes it makes you giggle. Sometimes it makes you weep. Sometimes it just knocks you flat. It's like juice with a personality disorder. One quirky tidbit. There's speculation that even early grains before farming was a big thing were left to soak and ferment. The result? A kind of sour, sludgy beer. Probably chunky. Possibly chewy. Definitely effective. You wouldn't pour it into a pint glass, but you might drink it out of a cracked skull bowl while staring at a thunderstorm and feeling very profound. You glance over at a friend who's now using 2 sticks to drum on a log. She's humming off-key, eyes glassy. Yep, the gourd's doing its job. And here's the real magic fermented food keeps. In a world without fridges or even jars with lids, anything that doesn't rot instantly is a gift. A patch of grain left to sour. Still edible days later. A pot of roots gone fizzy. Oddly refreshing. A chunk of fish that smells like a haunted foot. Somehow still safe-ish. You sip more of the brew. The sun is high now, and everything feels a little warmer. Softer. You're not drunk exactly, just floaty. Like the wind could carry you, or like you might suddenly compose a poem about moss and regret. Someone starts telling a story by the fire, half true, half dream, about a wolf who fell in love with the moon and brought her fermented honey every night until he turned into a river. Everyone nods. Deep. So deep. You take another sip in his honor. And when the stars come out, and the fire pops, and the fermented air gets thick with sleepy laughter, you stretch your arms, let out a sigh, and feel alive. Slightly gassy, yes, but alive. Fermentation wasn't just food, it was time, transformation, the original Stone Age magic trick. And tonight, you're the magician's apprentice, eyes glassy belly buzzing, and mind just a little looser than before. Your breath fogs in the air as you step outside the rock shelter. The frost clings to everything, grass, fur, your eyelashes. You wiggle your toes in your cracked hide boots and immediately regret it. Winter has arrived, and with it, the worst time of year, the starving season. Gone are the days of fresh berries, fat frogs, and juicy roots. The forest has gone quiet. The river, once full of fish and gossip, is now a glistening ice path leading nowhere. Even the birds have skipped town. You glance around the camp and notice it, the thinness, in faces, the extra silence, the way people move slower, speak less hope, smaller. You trudge over to the food cache. It's a rock-lined pit, half buried in snow, covered with dried animal skins to keep scavengers out. You pull one back and peer inside. Not much. A few strips of jerky, dark leathery, and so tough you could make shoes out of them. A bundle of smoked fish that smells like a campfire mated with a swamp. One greasy pouch of frozen marrow fat. That's it. Historians still argue whether Upper Paleolithic groups migrated to avoid the cold or hunkered down with food stores and fur. The truth is, probably both, depending on who had the stronger knees and better mammoth connections. You're doing your best not to freeze and starve at the same time. You grab a strip of jerky and gnaw it like a suspicious piece of rope. It tastes smoky, gamey, and deeply nostalgic, like last summer when the world was warm and animals practically jumped onto your spear. Now, even the rabbits are smarter than you. You go check the meat rack. It's mostly bone now. Someone's been scraping dried sinew off the underside. You find a small sliver of something, not sure what, and chew slowly. Every bite makes your jaw click, but you swallow. You always do. And this is when you remember the forgotten treasure's frozen marrow. You dig out a thick bone from beneath the snow, something heavy, maybe a bison femur, and carry it to the fire. You hold it in the flames, rotating it until the ice melts and the marrow inside starts to bubble. When you crack it open, steam hisses out like it's sighing. You dip a finger and taste it. Warm, fatty, life-saving. One kid pulls out a pouch of frozen berries. They're shriveled and sour, but edible. You pop one in your mouth, bite down, and it explodes like an icy little insult. You love it. You hate it. You eat another. People joke that winter diets are meat and snow with a hint of meat. But you know there's more to it. Dried mushrooms, moss scraped from tree trunks. Pine needles steeped into tea. That's right, tea. It's not just modern cabin core nonsense. Pine needle tea is packed with vitamin C. You sip it to keep scurvy from creeping in and stealing your teeth. One quirky winter trick. Ice-aged people sometimes made fat candles, animal fat solidified in a shell lit with a bit of twisted bark. Once it melted enough, they dip bits of meat or root into the warm fat and eat it. The first fondue, minus the ambiance. You remember the worst winter? The year the hunt failed. You'd all eaten the dried meat by mid-season, and were down to boiling bones. Not for marrow, those were long gone, but to drink the last trace minerals. The broth was thin gray, slightly bitter. You drank it anyway. You even gnawed the boiled bones soft and chewed them like gum. A few desperate weeks, someone found a stash of maggots in a decomposing bird carcass. No one asked too many questions. They were roasted. They were eaten. They were oddly satisfying. Warm, meaty, crunchy. Don't knock it till you've been hungry enough to consider chewing on your own bootlaces. You check the fire pit and find the frozen stone pot from last night's soup. It's solid as a mammoth's behind. You chip at it with a stick until the ice cracks, then set it near the fire to thaw. As it warms, the familiar scent of bone broth charred root and questionable herbs fills the air. Someone adds a splash of pine ash. Not for flavor, for survival. Minerals. And what about snow? Oh, you eat snow, but only carefully. You've learned the hard way not to eat too much too fast, or you'll end up shaking and muttering nonsense. Cold belly equals bad belly. You warm a stone, roll it in snow until it melts, then sip the water. Fancy. Today's highlight. Someone dug up a hidden stash, a slab of smoked meat, wrapped in birch bark and buried deep in the ice. It smells amazing, rich, oily, salty. Like smoke and success. You all take turns slicing tiny pieces. No one hoards. Not because you're saints, but because every bite is a ceremony. A shared promise we'll get through this. And then there's the stew. You throw everything in bits of dried root, half a fish tail, maybe a preserved slug if you're feeling spicy. Add water, some leftover marrow, and a pine branch for drama. Let it simmer all day. By nightfall, it'll be hot brown and deeply confusing to taste, but full of life. You remember an elder once made winter surprise. No one knew what was in it. It was gray lumpy and made everyone sneeze. But it kept the group alive for another week. That's what counts. Some nights, you don't eat much. Maybe a scrap of dried fat, a boiled leaf, a strip of frozen skin you chew, just to feel full. You sleep with a hot stone near your belly and dream of spring. But you don't starve. Not really. You ration. You remember. You innovate. You've seen someone mix crushed bone-dry moss and fish oil into a paste and call it cake. You've seen people eat hide shavings boiled soft. You've seen them live. You've learned that hunger isn't just physical, it's mental, emotional, and on the coldest nights, the smell of thawing soup or the warmth of a shared fire is enough to carry you. Winter is cruel, but you're cleverer than frost, sneakier than hunger, hungrier than wolves, and the stew. Yeah, it'll be weird, but it'll be hot, and you'll eat it slowly, savagely, and with a grin that says, "Nice try, winter. The fire's been burning since before dawn, fed with dry roots and last year's pine cones." There's excitement in the air, the kind you can taste even before breakfast. Because last night, the hunt came home successful. 2 deer, fat ones. Everyone heard the shouting, the laughter, the heavy thump of meat being dropped like treasure on the hearth. And today is feast day. You stir from your pile of furs, your stomach already rumbling like it knows what's coming. The smell hits you. First roasted meat smoke, sizzling fat dripping onto hot stones. It's rich and primal and completely intoxicating. You stretch grin and shuffle outside, where people are already circling the fire like it's the sun itself. Feast days aren't just about calories. They're about community, celebration, a rare chance to overeat. No one's rationing squirrel legs or counting pieces of dried tuber. Today, you get seconds, maybe even thirds. This is Stone Age luxury, and it smells like smoked deer haunch and boiling bone broth. You slide into the circle and get handed a chunk of meat, hot greasy, wrapped in a bit of leaf to keep it from burning your fingers. You bite in. It's tender, earthy, perfectly charred around the edges. You groan. Out loud. No one judges you. They're too busy chewing through their own slices like prehistoric food critics. Feasting isn't just a food event, it's social. People are swapping stories, exaggerating the hunt with every retelling. That deer, it was 8 feet tall by now. It charged the group, screamed the name of one of the elders, and then politely collapsed. Everyone laughs, even the elder, especially the elder. It's how legends are made. You hear kids chanting near the fire, roasting tiny bits of offal on skewers like they're marshmallows. One girl sticks a liver chunk into your hand and declares it's extra magical. You believe her. It tastes like iron and dirt and effort and pride. Historians still argue whether early humans held regular ritual feasts or simply ate well when they could. But the archaeological evidence is clear. Bone piles, charred pits, shared spaces near hearths. Something was happening that went beyond just dinner. It was community building, story weaving memory making through meat. One man breaks open a marrow bone with dramatic flair, offering you the first scoop. You dip a roasted root in and slurp. It's creamy hot and almost sweet from the caramelized fat. The best dip no one ever asked for. Someone else is wrapping hunks of meat in broad leaves and burying them in a pile of coals. A few hours from now, they'll dig them up, peel off the leaf char, and reveal something tender enough to eat with your fingers and likely too hot to hold. You're counting down. Nearby, someone has laid out a trade pile: berries, dried mushrooms, salt crystals, and a piece of honeycomb. People are bartering meat for it. A few slivers of fatty deer belly can get you a handful of those preserved berries you love. You make the deal. This is the Stone Age version of a pop-up farmer's market, with more fur and slightly fewer complaints about oat milk. One quirky tradition: someone's carving names, or at least symbols, into a flat bone with a sharp flake. The Who got the kill record. It's not just bragging rights. It's oral history, scratched into shoulder blades and kept near the fire to be retold. You glance over and see your mark on one of them from last season. Feels good. You step over to the side where the less appreciated bits are getting turned into magic. Tripe stew, bubbles in a hide-lined pit. You can smell garlic root and some mystery herb someone dug up this morning. No one knows what it is, but it tastes like licorice and tree bark and kind of makes your tongue go numb. It's delicious. And yeah, someone definitely brought out the fermented berry gourd again, the same one from last month's dancing disaster. You take a swig. It's fizzier this time, slightly vinegary. Your lips tingle. You might dance later. No promises. You pass a young couple sharing a roasted heart like it's a romantic pie. Their faces are greasy, their eyes locked. You silently root for them. You've seen a lot of weird courtship in this camp. Someone once proposed with a basket of grubs, but this is wholesome. Feast days also mean music. A kid's banging two bones together. Another is humming while rubbing a stretched hide drum. A third's blowing through a hollow reed trying to find a note that doesn't make everyone flinch. They settle into a kind of rhythm. It's weirdly catchy. You sway a little. And there's laughter. Huge, loud, real laughter. People belly laughing at terrible jokes, teasing the guy who slipped in the mud, imitating the deer's last bleat, like it was an opera solo. You haven't heard this much joy in a while. Not during winter. Not during hunger. But now, there's meat. There's warmth. There's noise. You remember how last season, after the big hunt, everyone danced until their feet blistered. Not for fun exactly. For thanks. For the spirits. For each other. You danced until your legs gave out and the stars blurred overhead. Maybe tonight will be like that. You take another bite this time of something mysterious wrapped in leaves. It's meat, but it's also soft, sweetened with berry paste and smoked over moss. You ask the cook what it is. He shrugs. Something with legs. You nod. You don't care. It's amazing. One elder is sitting quietly by the fire watching it all with a gentle smile. She's seen 50 winters, maybe more. She has a pouch of salt she guards like treasure. Every now and then she sprinkles a pinch on someone's food, like it's a blessing. She does it to yours. You bow your head like she just knighted you. The day stretches on. The meat keeps coming. Bones pile up. Laughter doesn't fade. This isn't just survival anymore. This is celebration. Nourishment of the spirit as much as the body. A moment where nobody's calculating how many berries are left or how deep the snow will get. Just food, just fire, just people. You find a flat rock, sit back, and press your greasy fingers into the dirt. The sky turns gold, the flames hiss louder, and someone's already humming the beginning of a story that will definitely get more dramatic with each telling. Feast days don't last. They're rare. But when they happen, you savor every greasy bite and every stupid joke and every oddly soulful beetle skewer passed around like it's priceless. And you remind yourself, life isn't just about staying alive. Sometimes it's about sharing the meat. The morning mist hangs low over the clearing, and for once, no one's reaching for a spear or chasing breakfast across a field. Instead, you're kneeling in the dirt beside a woman, gently scattering something strange into the soil. Tiny, hard familiar. Seeds. She's humming to herself, pressing each one into the earth like a prayer. Her hands are caked with mud, her hair tied back with a strip of softened bark, and beside her rests a basket not filled with roots, found, but roots saved, planted, on purpose. Welcome to the slow, quiet revolution, where food stops running and starts growing. You help her dig a shallow furrow with a stick. It's not glamorous. It's repetitive, muddy, and not even guaranteed to work. But if it does, if these seeds sprout, you'll have something rare, predictable calories. Historians still argue whether women led the shift toward early agriculture, but the clues are there. Foragers. Mostly women knew what plants had value. They knew what sprouted fast, what fed the kids, what could be stored through winter. Eventually, someone figured it out. What if we just put this in the ground on purpose and waited? You press a seed into the soft dirt. It's hard to believe this tiny thing could turn into a root that fills a belly or a stalk that shelters birds. But that's the gamble. Of course, this isn't full-blown farming yet. This is garden-level stuff. Small plots near the shelter. A few trusted plants, wild barley, ancient peas, fibrous tubers with names no one remembers. You're not trading your spears for plows yet, but you're dipping your toes into a future full of weeding and sore backs. You glance up at the cluster of women working nearby. Some are hauling baskets of foraged greens. Others are sorting edible seeds from ones best left for the birds. And there's that kid again, the one who eats literally anything, chewing on a fistful of dirt and nodding like it's delicious. He'll be fine. Probably. And now comes the fun part, protection. These little garden plots, they're snack bars for rodents, birds, and every ant colony within 50 paces. So you all lay thorny branches around the edges. Some even drape netting made from twisted plant fibers. One woman smears a bit of animal dung around the edges, muttering something about deterring the spirits. Might be superstition. Might just stink enough to work. One quirky practice you've seen once. A line of smooth stones placed around a garden's edge, warmed by the sun to gently heat the soil overnight. Was it science magic Both either way you copy it. Can't hurt. You take a break under a tree and sip from a pouch of root tea. Not too bitter today. Someone must have sweetened it with berry paste. You watch a few kids pulling weeds. Okay, mostly rearranging weeds, but still, it's a start. They're learning. You all are. The woman beside you starts talking about storing seeds for next year. That's right. Next year. No one ever thought that way when you were fully nomadic. You ate what you had when you had it. Now, you're playing the long game. And it's messing with your head. Suddenly time stretches. You're not just thinking about tomorrow's breakfast. You're thinking about next spring's harvest, about which plants will survive frost, which plots get the most sun. You've started planning. And it's terrifying. Because once you plant something, you're tied to it. You can't just pack up and follow the herds when they move. You've got responsibilities now. Rows of green sprouts instead of predictable hoof prints. But the benefits are real. You remember last winter, those buried caches of dried grass seeds, the ones carefully threshed and stored in woven pouches. They kept you going when everything else disappeared. And remember that patch of barley someone toasted on a flat stone. It popped, puffed, and made a crude kind of cereal. Crunchy, a little nutty, shockingly addictive. Add some berry paste, and you've got breakfast that doesn't scream and run away. One man comes over with a crude digging stick. He eyes the patch you've been planting and shrugs. More work than hunting, he mutters. You nod. He's not wrong. But he doesn't walk away either. He just starts loosening dirt. That's the thing, farming is boring. It's repetitive. It doesn't give you adrenaline or chase scenes. But it feeds you in ways hunting never can. No risk of being gored. No running for hours. Just patience water and a lot of squinting at sprouts. You look around and realize it's not just women here now. A couple of the older boys are helping. A hunter with a twisted ankle is sitting nearby, sorting seed pods. The lines are blurring. Foragers become planters. Hunters become harvesters. Everyone becomes something new. And this shift, it's contagious. Someone starts talking about building a fence out of bones, probably. Someone else sketches a rough plan in the dirt for organizing the patches. Roots here, greens there, berries off to the side. You stare at it like it's a treasure map. The sun climbs higher, and you dust the soil from your hands. The patch looks like nothing. Just lines of dirt and scattered pebbles. But beneath it, potential. Calories. Comfort. A different kind of future. You wander over to the drying racks, where bundles of herbs hang from stretched sinew. These were collected, sure, but soon you might grow them. Wild mint. Healing bark. Seeds that can be crushed into something like oil. You're not just surviving anymore. You're curating. It's easy to romanticize this planting seeds, dreaming of full bellies and lush gardens. But you know the truth, half these won't sprout. Some will get eaten, some will rot. You'll have to fight for every bite. But at least now, you have a say in the fight. You squat beside the patch again, press one last seed into the earth, and pat the soil gently. It's a small thing, but it's also everything. You've just fed your future. And this time, it didn't run away squealing. You wake up to the smell of burning not firewood, not meat. Something else. Something complicated. It's sharp, a little acrid, but not unpleasant. You shuffle toward the hearth and find someone hunched over a stone slab, roasting something small and mysterious over a pile of hot ash. When you get closer, You realize it's a snail shell. And not just for food. This morning flavor's on the menu. In a world without spice racks, without sauces, without so much as a sprinkle of cracked pepper, Stone Age folk still had one deeply relatable urge: make the food taste better. Even just a little. Because after your fifth day of dried root mush or boiled deer gristle, you start to think, what if I didn't suffer every bite? Someone tosses a pinch of crushed ash into the bubbling stew pot. You watch it swirl like a weird gray snowstorm. That's not a mistake. It's intentional. Ash from certain wood types doesn't just add minerals, it adds taste, smoky, earthy, and a little bitter in the best way. Historians still argue whether ash was added primarily for preservation or flavor. But once you've had bone soup with that oak ash tang, you're never going back to plain boiled knees. A friend next to you is licking his fingers with exaggerated flair after biting into a chunk of meat coated in something. It looks gray, smells like mud and fat, and apparently tastes like victory. You ask what it is. He grins. Fat with a little charcoal and wild garlic. You nod, pretending you knew that already. One quirky detail. Sometimes flavor was all about texture. Roasted seeds, powdered shell, even tiny flakes of stone from careless grinding. Sure, you'd lose a molar eventually, but it gave your stew a certain crunch. You squat beside a woman who's grinding dried berries and fish skin into a sticky paste. She adds a splash of fermented root juice, smears the whole mess on a hot stone, and lets it sizzle. The result? A flat, chewy, smoky thing that's somehow sweet, sour, and fishy all at once. You take a bite. It confuses every part of your tongue. You love it. You hate it. You want more. There's a pile of bark nearby. Birch mostly. You know from experience that birch bark, when dried and scraped, gives off a wintergreen flavor. Not sweet exactly, but sharp like nature's breath mint. Chew it long enough, and your mouth feels fresh enough to insult a saber-toothed cat. And then there's salt. Oh, glorious, elusive salt. If your camp's lucky enough to live near a salt lick or coastal air, you might have access to those magical white crystals that make everything better. If not, you improvise. Burn certain plants to ash boil bones to get mineral-rich broth, or if you're really desperate, lick rocks. Yes? Rock licking. It's a thing. You remember one traveler who showed up with a pouch of something flaky and sharp-tasting. Claimed it came from a dried-out lake bed. You traded him an entire roasted fish for it and didn't regret it for a second. That sprinkle made your stew sing. Someone once tried boiling seaweed until it broke down into a sticky brine, then drying it into a crust and scraping off the residue. Sea salt Stone Age style. It took days, smelled like disappointment, and yielded about a teaspoon. But wow, was it worth it. Back at the fire, someone's roasting marrow with herbs. Not herbs in the modern sense, no oregano or basil here. These are tough little leaves that survive frost and taste like pine, and pepper had a slightly poisonous baby. You chew carefully. Your lips tingle. Possibly because you're allergic. Possibly because they're doing something magical. Flavors also in the burn. That crisp edge where meat hits fire, fat drips, and everything goes from food to charred art. That's flavor. And your ancestors knew it. They leaned into it, roasted bones until they popped, smoked roots until they caramelized, even left meat near the fire for hours just to absorb the smoky goodness. One woman swears by the hot rock method, placing meat or roots directly on a sun-warmed stone and letting it cook slow, low, and smoky. You've tried it. It's surprisingly tender, especially when you rub it in animal fat first. Some days, someone gets fancy, like today. Someone has found a wild mustard plant. They've ground the seeds into a rough, pungent paste, mixed it with crushed berries, and smeared it on grilled meat. It's sharp tangy, makes your eyes water, and your mouth water at the same time. You blink through the burn and take another bite. Stone Age horseradish, baby. Even fat becomes flavor. Rendered marrow, thick and slick, is brushed over dried meat like a glaze. It seeps into the fibers, softening and enriching. Add a few ashes, a few crushed herbs. You're now a prehistoric pitmaster. And there's always experimentation. One time, someone dropped dried bugs into a boiling pot, not for protein, for crunch and taste. And it worked. Crispy beetle legs might be the closest thing to seasoning flakes you've got. There's even talk of using clay not just for cooking vessels, but flavor filtering. Burying meat in clay, then baking it in coals. It traps moisture, infuses earthy notes, and makes unchewable things. Chewy. Maybe. Probably. You pull out your own pouch of seasoning. It's not much a mix of dried fish flakes, ground moss, and ash. You sprinkle a little on your meat and chew slowly. It's smoky, salty, weirdly complex. You pretend you invented it. No one corrects you. And just when you think you've tasted it all, someone shows up with roasted snails dipped in fermented berry sludge and topped with pine needle dust. You stare. You try it. You consider crying, but you nod solemnly. It's an experience. By sunset, the camp smells like smoke, char-burnt bark, and 100 experiments. Some worked, some didn't. One person is still coughing from the time they mistook toxic herb root for seasoning. But mostly, you ate better than you ever thought possible without so much as a sprinkle of salt from a shaker. You stretch out beside the fire belly, full fingers, sticky lips tingling. Flavor isn't a luxury here. It's rebellion. It's creativity. It's survival made delicious. The smell of burning herbs drifts through the air. Not cooking herbs, not flavor stuff. These smell different, bitter, thick, almost spicy in a way that makes your nose wrinkle and your eyes water just a little. Around you, people move more slowly. They speak softly. No one's shouting, no one's running with spears, or gnawing loudly on bones. Today isn't about eating to survive. It's about eating to remember. The fire is smaller than usual, but carefully built. Stones have been placed around it in a circle, and in the center lies a bundle wrapped in fur, still and silent. A child no older than 5 winters gone during the night. Fever took him, quietly, quickly. Now everyone's gathered around to send him off the way your people always have, with stories, smoke, and sacred snacks. Ritual food. Funeral food. Sacred bites meant not to fill the stomach, but to feed the soul. You kneel beside a woman you've known your whole life. She hands you a flat stone coated in something dark and sticky. Roasted meat smeared with berry paste, sprinkled with crushed herb. The same recipe they've used in ceremonies for as long as anyone can remember. You bite into it slowly. It's smoky, sweet, deep, like memory itself. Historians still argue whether early humans practiced ritualized mourning with consistent customs, or if it was just scattered tradition. But the bones and fire pits tell stories. Charred offerings, carefully arranged remains, food left untouched beside the dead. It all points to the same thing. Even then, food wasn't just survival. It was symbol. Today, you're not eating for energy. You're eating with intention. Every bite is shared. Every bowl is passed in silence. You sip, marrow broth, thickened with dried tubers and seasoned with ashes from the sacred fire. The heat warms your chest. The taste lingers. One elder hums softly, grinding seeds into paste. She shapes it into little balls, rolls them in crushed bark, and lines them on a flat stone to bake beside the flames. No one eats these yet. They're for the offering. You remember when your cousin died in a hunting accident. They placed his favorite roasted roots beside his body before burial. He used to steal them off everyone's plates, so it only seemed fair. You all joked about it, then cried, then joked again. Because that's how you grieve here, with food and fire and the kinds of stories that turn pain into warmth. Someone begins to speak a long tale about the boy, now resting in the fur bundle. They talk about his laugh, the way he tried to spear tree stumps, how he once ate an entire roasted frog and hiccuped for 3 days. Everyone chuckles. Even you. Even now. Then the fire flares. A handful of herbs is tossed in wild sage, maybe. A few of the sacred seed balls are placed in the flames. The scent is rich, comforting, like time slowed down and decided to stay a while. One quirky theory among archaeologists. Some ancient sites show signs of ritual feasting, larger portions, richer ingredients, special cooking methods done not after hunts, but around burials. Possibly to honor the dead, possibly to strengthen the living, possibly both. They call it mortuary feasting. You just call it what you do when hearts are heavy. After the smoke offering, a plate of food is set beside the burial mound, a mix of meat root and something sweet. No one will touch it. It's his now. Maybe animals will come, maybe not. Doesn't matter. The act is what counts. And sacred food isn't just for death. You've seen it at births too. When a woman gave birth near the river last summer, the elders made a stew using only water from that stream. It was filled with soft root small fish and the first ripe berries of the season. Everyone called it welcome stew, and they say the baby's still the calmest sleeper in camp. Then there's the food, shared during naming ceremonies, usually a shared bowl passed around each person, taking one bite and whispering a wish into the broth. You did that for your little brother. You wished he wouldn't grow up to eat all the dried meat. He did anyway. But there's something about these ceremonial meals. You remember them more. You taste them longer. The meat from your first successful hunt passed around like treasure. The bittersweet chew of smoked bark during a farewell. The tangy fermented paste you ate before the last great journey to protect your bones, the elders said. It worked, probably. Today, as the sky grays and the fire crackles, lower people start to eat again. Slowly. More quietly. Even the children chew without slurping. There's reverence in every bite. Not just for the boy who left, but for the life that continues around the fire. You watch as someone breaks apart a flatbread made from ground seeds and marrow fat. They sprinkle it with ash and pass it in pieces around the circle. No one takes more than a mouthful. It's enough. It's always enough on days like this. The ritual ends when the fire dies low. Someone places a carved bone figure beside the burial, maybe a spirit guide, maybe a toy, maybe both. Then the stones are rearranged, the fur gently patted down, and silence fills the space again. You stand. Full, but not in the belly. More like full in the chest. Weighted, warmed, held. Sacred food is never just about flavor or hunger. It's about meaning. About saying the things you can't find the words for grief. Hope, love, fear, in bites, in bowls, in shared silences. As you walk away, You catch the scent of the offering plate still steaming in the cold air. Sweet meat, smoky paste, and a tiny pinch of salt from the elder's secret pouch. You don't turn back. You just whisper thank you and let your steps carry you forward into the dusk. You've eaten roots. You've eaten snails. You've even eaten that suspicious fermented fish that made everyone cry a little. But today's different. Today, someone leans in close to the fire, lowers their voice, and mutters the one word that sends a ripple through the group like a cold wind. People. You freeze. Not in fear. Well, maybe a little, but in curiosity. Because you've heard the rumors. Everyone has. That clan from across the mountains, they eat their dead. The swamp people. They roast bones you don't want to ask too many questions about. And once during the worst winter, your own group whispered of something that still gives you a chill. Meat is meat. Historians still argue whether early humans practiced cannibalism for nutrition ritual or sheer desperation. But the bones don't lie. Cut marks where there shouldn't be cut marks. Long bones, cracked just like deer femurs scraped clean for marrow. Skulls split, sometimes roasted. It's all right there in the dirt, waiting for archaeologists to raise an eyebrow and say, huh. You poke at the fire, trying to play it cool. But your mind's racing. You remember the old story, that one terrible winter, 3 people died, and none were buried. The bones were burned, they say. The marrow eaten. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was spoken of again. You glance at the pot, simmering by the fire. It smells like meat. Just meat. No one's saying anything specific, but everyone's chewing slower today. It's not always desperation, though. Sometimes it's sacred. At least that's what the elders say. One clan told of their ancestors consuming a small part of the deceased, not as food, but as memory. To keep their spirit close, they'd say, pressing greasy fingers to their chests. Creepy, yes, but oddly poetic. You've heard the phrase, eat the heart to gain their strength. You once thought it was just a metaphor, but then during a hunt celebration, someone roasted a boar's heart and passed it around with solemn nods. So, maybe not just poetry after all. One quirky but genuine archaeological theory. Some groups may have had designated ritual butchers, people who, when death came, knew exactly what to do, what to take, what to burn, what to bury, not out of savagery, but out of custom, of meaning, of survival. You've seen the bones, human, definitely human, with clear butchering marks, not wild animal gnaws, not time or erosion, clean slices, stone tools, intent. That's what haunts you, the intent. Today, the camp is quiet, the kind of quiet where no one says what they're thinking, but everyone's thinking the same thing. The stranger that showed up half frozen last week, he didn't make it. His body lies outside the camp, covered with furs. No burial yet. No ceremony. Just waiting. You look around. No one's touched the body. But someone's sharpened a blade this morning. Not a hunting blade. A cutting blade. Your hands shake slightly as you take another bite of stew. It's meat. You know it's meat. But the texture? It's different. Softer. No grain. No tendon. You swallow. You don't ask. Because here's the thing. The lines blur fast in survival. When winter lingers too long, when the dried meat is gone, when your breath turns to ice inside your nose, and every rib starts to show your mind, does things it never wanted to be capable of. You've heard the phrase, long pig, whispered with a shudder. It's the term some used, a euphemism. You wonder who came up with it. Probably someone who needed to make it feel like a joke, a barrier between reality and regret. And yet, there's still that question, isn't there? Is this a thing you did, or a thing you do? Some clans forbade it outright. Others accepted it quietly. And only a few turned it into full-blown ritual. You've heard the stories. Blood mixed with herbs, meat buried before eaten, the skull painted and placed on a shrine, all to make it sacred, all to make it less horrifying. You shift in your seat. The stew bubbles. A thick, rich smell fills your nostrils. Your stomach growls. That's the real kicker. You're hungry. You remember the joke your friend told once. If I die first, at least salt me first. Everyone laughed. No one's laughed since the stranger arrived. Someone finally speaks. We bury him at dusk. A few nod. One person looks away. No one argues. So maybe this time, the line holds. Maybe he gets the fire, the stones, the ceremony. But you know deep down, you know that it's not always so. That in the darkest hours of the longest winters, sometimes the line doesn't just blur, it disappears. And not everyone has a name when the snow falls hardest. You remember that fire last year, the one with no bones left behind. You remember how well everyone slept that night, how full you felt, how no one talked about it after, not once, just quiet nods by it, just shared silence. Tonight, as you watch the flames flicker and taste something strange in your bowl, you wonder about the choices people make, the ones we bury, the ones we chew slowly, carefully, with eyes downcast and mouths closed. Cannibalism isn't just horror. It's hunger. It's tradition. It's love in some twisted, desperate form. Or maybe it's none of those. Maybe it's just survival, staring back at you from the bottom of a bowl. You wipe your mouth. You put your bowl down. You look at the fire a little longer, and you don't ask. You wake up with the sun already high in the sky, a crick in your back, and a rock poking your hip through the fur mat. But instead of your usual morning scramble to find food, you smell something strange, familiar, but wrong. Toasted, flat, almost organized. Someone's baking again. You roll over and squint at the fire pit, where a woman is carefully flipping a round, flat disc of crushed seed paste on a hot stone. It hisses slightly as she turns it. No meat, no smoke, just plant. You sit up and sigh, because you already know what's coming. Another flatbread day. Farming man. It sounded good. At first plant seeds, wait a while, never have to chase dinner again. But now, as you chew your way through another mouthful of dry, fibrous field food, you're starting to think the old ways had some merit. Sure, mammoth hunting was dangerous, but at least you didn't have to pretend to enjoy barley paste every day. Historians still argue whether early agriculture made life better, or just longer and more boring. But for you, it's starting to feel like a trade. Freedom for food, movement for meals, spears for shovels. You used to hunt. Now you kneel in dirt. It started slowly. First, someone scattered seeds to see what would happen. Then someone built a fence. Then came the schedule. You stopped moving with the herds, stopped following the berries. Your body got softer. Your diet got blander. Your knees still angry about all that digging. You used to eat meat that fought back. Now you eat mush. You glance around the camp. It's changing. The huts are more permanent. The fire pits are deeper, lined with stones. People are keeping things now: broken pots, worn tools, scraps of cloth. You're becoming rooted like the crops. And the food. Oh, the food. There's porridge in a pot, thick and gray, bubbling away, like an old man muttering about the weather. You take a spoonful. It's warm. That's the nicest thing you can say about it. Someone added wild honey last time it helped. But today, it's just seeds and sorrow. Remember when you used to eat smoked frog on a stick? That one time you roasted a whole fish wrapped in mint leaves and it flaked apart like magic. Now your dinner squeaks when you stir it. One woman walks past you with a basket of dried legumes. She looks so proud. You try to match her enthusiasm. Ah, yes, the crunchy ones that break my molars, excellent. She doesn't laugh. Farming people rarely laugh. They're too busy weeding. And speaking of weeding, your hands are still stained from yesterday. You pulled up an entire patch of something that looked suspiciously edible, only to be told it was too young and needs another moon. You muttered something impolite and got a stale root in return. One quirky thing you've noticed, people are starting to develop preferences, like actual food opinions. I like my barley roasted, not boiled. This porridge is too thin. You look around like, who are we? We used to eat charred beetles and boiled snails with a smile. Now someone's throwing a fit because their stew's under-seasoned. And don't even start on domesticated animals. That goat, the one who keeps headbutting your leg every time you pass, that's lunch now. Or, well, will be eventually. First it gives milk, then it gives attitude. Then one day it gives up and becomes stew. You're still not sure how you feel about that. But meat's rarer now. Scarcer. It's not that you don't have animals. It's that people are saving them. Let it grow, they say. We'll breed them. You look at your bowl of boiled barley and wonder who you're breeding tapeworms. You take another bite of flatbread. It's burnt on one side and damp on the other. You pretend it's chewy. Really, it's just sad. Someone offers you a paste made from mashed peas and garlic root. You nod solemnly and accept it like it's a great honor. It's green, and very, very bland. Some nights you dream of meat. Not just any meat, wild meat. A deer that runs a bird, that screams a fish that flops. You miss the adrenaline, the chase, the taste of fire and risk, the simple joy of ripping into something that used to stare back at you. Now everything stares from the garden. The radishes look smug. You used to sing hunting songs. Now people chant while planting. It's nice, you guess, rhythmic, calming, but it doesn't make your blood rush. It doesn't leave you sweaty and proud. It just leaves your lower back aching. The shift to farming feels like an unspoken agreement, suffer now, maybe feast later. The old folks resist it, whisper about the way things used to be, the young ones. They're already making up songs about wheat. They don't know any better. One woman near the fire is boiling something new. Acorn paste, she says. Leach 3 times. You ask what it tastes like. She pauses. Like regret, but with more fiber. You both laugh. Still, there are good days. The first harvest of spring greens. That one time, the wheat bloomed early, and everyone got to eat until they nearly passed out. The fermented turnip surprise, okay, that one backfired, but still. You remember the joy. And security counts for something. You haven't had to risk your neck in a mammoth stampede for months. Your siblings have full bellies, even if they're mostly filled with mush. The little ones are growing fat on porridge and boiled root. That matters. But freedom, adventure. The primal thrill of chewing on something that once had a face gone. Farming didn't kill your spirit. It just tamed it. Slowly. One seed, one fence, one chewy flatbread at a time. You finish your meal, stand up, stretch your sore shoulders, and mutter under your breath, I miss the mammoth. You squat beside the fire, staring at your last piece of dried mammoth meat. It's small, tough, almost fossilized, but it's precious. A relic from a time when your food ran wild, and your life, while always at risk, felt alive. This isn't just a snack. It's your last bite of the old world. You chew slowly. The smoke from the fire drifts upward, soft and lazy, carrying the scent of ash-dried grass and a hint of fermented barley mush someone spilled earlier. Around you, the landscape is changing. Not just the camp, everything. Where there were once endless trees and unpredictable rivers, now there are fences, flat fields, rows of identical green stalks poking through the dirt like the world's most patient army. It's efficient, it's smart, and it's boring. You didn't notice it at first. The shift. It started with planting little gardens, then storing extra food, then building better shelters. Now, there's a routine. Morning gruel, midday fieldwork, evening stew, repeat. And somewhere in that loop, you lost the thrill of the chase. Historians point to this moment, this quiet, slow revolution, as the beginning of civilization. When we gave up the wild feast for the planned meal. When we traded meat for millet. When we stopped dancing for the hunt and started tallying harvests. It's not bad, just different. Today, you helped build a granary, a place just for holding seeds. Past you spear in hand, covered in mammoth grease, would have laughed until their ribs hurt. But here you are stacking woven baskets of barley and wheat, like it's the most important job in the world. Maybe it is. Because now, you don't worry if you'll eat. You know you will. Might be bland, might be root heavy, but it'll be there. And yet, as you sit by the fire, with that last piece of mammoth jerky melting on your tongue, you can't help but mourn a little. That bite, it tastes like freedom, like frost on your eyelashes, like blood and smoke and adrenaline, like the ancient roar of something bigger than you, something you'll never hunt again. You finish it with reverence. One kid nearby asks what it was. You smile. Mammoth, you say. She frowns. What's that? You pause. The world really has changed. Someone calls you over to help pound grain for tomorrow's bread. You go. You always do. But in your pocket, you carry a single bead made from mammoth bone. Smooth, worn, carved by firelight during the long, dark hunts. You run your thumb over it, and for just a moment you hear distant hoofbeats and the roar of ancient wind. You'll teach them the stories, the taste of smoked liver shared beside a frozen stream, the dance around the fire after a kill, the joke about beetles being crunchy meat. You'll pass it down, not just how to eat, but why we did it the way we did, why it mattered. Because as the fields spread and the forests shrink, the stories become sacred. You won't chase mammoths anymore, but you'll remember them, every bite, every fire, every marrow-slicked grin across the embers. And one day, when the world is fields and villages and cities built on cities, someone will bite into a roasted leg of lamb and think for just a second about that first bite of fire-roasted meat beneath a painted cave ceiling. They'll call it history. You'll call it dinner. Word count. 1 son en chasse. Wind down 300 words. So now, let's pull back slowly. The fire crackles gently, but the rush of the hunt has faded. Your stomach is full. Your fingers are clean. And the world around you feels quiet, still, and soft. The fields rustle in the evening wind. The stars begin to pierce the sky one by one, like tiny watchful eyes blinking above your camp. Somewhere in the distance, a baby cries. Someone laughs. A quiet song hums low in someone's throat as they stir the last of the embers. And you're lying back now on a bed of furs and grass, the warmth of the fire still reaching your toes. You breathe slowly, deeply. Let it settle in. The knowledge, the wonder, the strange, beautiful truth that your story, your survival, was built on every bite that came before. From grubs to roots, mammoth steaks to barley mush. Every mouthful carved the shape of what came next. And though you've never hunted with a flint spear or sucked marrow from a bone still warm from the kill, you carry their hunger inside you. Not just the hunger for food, but for meaning, for memory, for that moment of silence after a good meal when you lean back and smile at the sky. So rest now. Let the echoes of chewing, cracking fire, and quiet laughter fade. Let your breath slow with the rhythm of ancient winds. You're safe here in the shadow of the past, where dinner was life and stories were told with grease on the chin and ash on the tongue. Sleep well, little hunter. Dream of mammoths